Gonçalo, o rei da mesa, ele come constantemente, é incrível. De manhã à noite, nunca passa para apetite, é insaciável. É verdade, ele engole tortas, bolos, pizzas, massas, batatas fritas e toneladas de arroz. Ele não deixa nada no prato, ele é um verdadeiro ogro, sem dúvida. A família dele está preocupada, mas ele não quer saber. Para ele comer é um verdadeiro prazer. Ele só pensa nisso de manhã à noite, e ele não consegue parar, mesmo que seu estômago doa. Engole tortas, bolos, pizzas, massas, batatas fritas e toneladas de arroz. Ele não deixa nada no prato, ele é um verdadeiro ogro, sem dúvida. Um dia ele vai ao médico porque não se sente bem. O médico diz que ele precisa mudar seus hábitos alimentares. Caso contrário, ele terá sérios problemas de saúde. Engole tortas, bolos, pizzas, massas, batatas fritas e toneladas de arroz. Ele não deixa nada no prato, ele é um verdadeiro ogro, sem dúvida. A família dele está preocupada, mas ele não quer saber. Para ele comer é um verdadeiro prazer. Ele só pensa nisso de manhã à noite, e ele não consegue parar, mesmo que seu estômago doa. Ele engole e vai ao médico porque não se sente bem. O médico diz que ele precisa mudar seus hábitos alimentares. Caso contrário, ele terá sérios problemas de saúde. Gonçalo seguiu o conselho do médico. Ele começa a comer alimentos saudáveis e balanceados. Ele se sente muito melhor, está mais feliz do que nunca. Ele finalmente entendeu que precisava mudar seus hábitos. Batatas fritas e toneladas de arroz. Ele não deixa nada no prato, ele é um verdadeiro ogro, sem dúvida. Um dia ele vai ao médico porque não se sente bem. O médico diz que ele precisa mudar seus hábitos alimentares. Caso contrário, ele terá sérios problemas de saúde. Gonçalo decide seguir o conselho do médico. Ele começa a comer alimentos saudáveis e balanceados. Ele se sente muito melhor e está mais feliz do que nunca.
Hi guys, welcome back to another live stream. I hope you all had an amazing day. So today we are going to be talking about the harsh truth like we do all the fucking time here in this goddamn channel with our good friend Dark. Dark is here with us. Welcome, 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 my nice guy. Welcome. Before we get into, of course, the stream, as I said before in every single live stream, don't forget to hit the follow button. We're trying to reach 800 followers. Not only that, we're trying to get verified on Geek, so if you drop a subscription, we are one step closer to being verified. So don't forget to drop a sub so we can be one step closer towards the verification, of course. Not only that, we do stream at the same time on YouTube, so don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Go check out the additional content and give to you guys on other social media. Not only that, we do also need to do is follow me everywhere, so we can be, you know, updated when I post new content or when I post additional content. And again, big thank you for Go to for the affiliation, tech company sales merchandise and tech equipment. Now we're gonna do again the latest updates when it comes to the whole war debate, Trump, Iran, everything. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna react to, of course, as I told you guys, the people that the people that I think they're most, I would say, right when it comes to information and connecting the dots and showing the people how these things could happen and this could happen, pretty much making theories. It's Myron and Riyadh. I really love reacting to their you know, opinion, and not just opinion, the facts, and the fact that they show you guys the evidence that things could happen this way, and so goes on. So, as I said before, don't forget to subscribe to My Own Gains, and don't forget to subscribe to Riyadh. Very good YouTubers, cake streamers, Rumble streamers, and so goes on. They really are they're very realistic, and they're here to be real and actually showing you guys the actual truth through all this shit that is going on, pretty much. So what I'm gonna do is, like we always do in the fucking stream, I'm gonna skip the fucking coming up, because what I want to really do is get straight into it. I'm gonna give you, of course, the best quality that I can.
True social post of Trump going nuts. We can
Here
do
we
that
go.
first if you want.
It's up to you. I
Yeah, we
don't
can
know
do
if
that
you
first.
covered it yet.
No, I didn't.
There we go.
I read his true social post because I thought it was hilarious, but I didn't cover. I didn't see Candace responded. I didn't see that.
Okay. And that's the thing too, bro. He just rips all of these guys apart, and then at the same time, Israel's destroying the region, undermining the peace deal that's going to save your presidency.
Yep.
The peace deal that's going to save your presidency is being undermined by Netanyahu.
I don't think he has any intention though. I think this.
Alex Jones.
I think the ceasefire is literally just for them to rearm, bro. And I genuinely think he's taking a two.
Okay, so before we get into any things, so a little update. So there was a ceasefire. Ceasefire, not really, but there was a ceasefire. Iran was going to negotiate in Pakistan. I think it's Pakistan. I think it's Pakistan. If it's not Pakistan, I don't remember where exactly. With America, and guess what happened? Iran got backstabbed again. That's all I'm saying. Like, Israel continue attacking even though there was a ceasefire. So, we all know, if you see this, happening, what's going to happen after that. So Iran ended up not negotiating anymore, and after they got attacked, well, guess what happened, guys? They decided to attack the Gulf even more, especially now the main reserves of oil now, because I mean, again, they're attacking during the ceasefire. They're attacking electric plants, water plants in Iran that actually not only gives water to Iran, but also a lot of countries in the Middle East, and so goes on. So yeah, I mean, to be fair,
2-week break.
If I have to be honest, to be fair, Benjamin Netanyahu did say that they're gonna still attack him, even though there's a ceasefire. So they thought they're gonna do a lot of shit with that shit, but the only thing I'm gonna say is Iran decided to do this. So yeah, so they decided to pretty much just attack the Gulfs again, since they decided to not actually do the ceasefire. And yeah, it's pretty funny. It's actually pretty funny. They're making things worse. Israel is continuing making things worse because they're not getting what they want. They're like little children. When they don't get what the fuck they want, they just create a scene, or they create chaos everywhere so they can finally get what they want. But from what it looks like, they're not getting it. But yeah, so that's pretty much the context. And not just that, the presidency from, of course, we all know, because of what's going on and because of all the fucking dumb shit that happened, plus the Epstein files that nobody talks about anymore. By the way, the Epstein files, in my opinion, is the thing that people should talk more, but nobody's talking about it, because the Epstein files connects to a bunch of shit. It connects to 9/11. It connects to the fucking COVID-19. It connects to fucking everything. The wars during the wars during the Middle East, in Iraq, and all that shit, all those wars. It's that the Epstein files is connected to everything. And people, of course, are focusing on the war that is going on right in Iran and Israel than the Epstein files, because I mean, we all know that the Epstein file is connected to everything. If people know, they know. If they don't, they don't. But yeah, it's pretty much the main reason why there's a war right now. It's because they want people to be distracted of the Epstein files, because the Epstein files says that there's a lot of shit, says a lot of fucking shit when it comes to Israeli intelligence and more than just that. It goes beyond that. But yeah, let's continue.
To get more assets in the region, and we know that they mobilized a bunch of Marines from San Diego, and pretty much like they're sending all of them to the region. And then also we know that he wanted the markets to recover as well, is what I think. And then the clandestine operation failure. The clandestine operation failed, so he's like, okay, what's the point of me bleeding the markets now, right?
That's crazy, bro. My chat is gonna go, what the hell? I literally said that exactly before you just called me now. I said it's all just a ruse, you know, it's a sham. It's not actually done in good faith, and it's just for us to recoup. And that F-15 being shot down and our plan being foiled with the CIA, that was the last straw. I have it here. Yeah, I can read it really quick, bro. This is an essay.
Yeah, yeah, this shit was hilarious.
This is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I read it yesterday, but I know you'll probably do a better job in your you got the Trump voice.
I don't know. I can't keep up the impression for this long, bro. This by the time I'm done with this, is gonna be 11.
Holy shit! Look at the tweet that fucking Trump made. Look how big that shit is. What the fuck? Bro, that's a Truth Social post. What the fuck are you trying to make, Trump? Are you trying to make a fucking book?
It's gonna be time for after hours. This nigga went sick. No, okay, so
you go ahead.
Goodness gracious. So he goes, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly.
What the fuck? That is a big post. I need to see that. Oh yeah, I remembered. This idiot, bro. This fucking idiot had the audacity to post and say that he is God. You should be fucking ashamed, Trump. I'm sorry, I have to be honest. Where's his post? Bro, why, like, what the fuck? Why are you making so many fucking posts like this? Look at the amount of fucking posts he's making, bro. Bro, they're too long. Fuck that, bro. I'd rather listen to someone than me reading that shit, bro. Holy shit! He's making posts that are so fucking long for no reason.
Candace Owens and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people.
Damn.
I'm sorry, this is kind of funny.
Yeah, no, it is
They
funny.
know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too.
President of the United States.
Look at their past. Huh?
No, I said President of the United States, by the way.
Yeah, literal leader of the world, effectively. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows. They aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs.
Oh yeah. Before I do anything, I need to do this so you guys can see the whole everything. Yeah, move that down so you guys at least can see what he like, pretty much what he's reading. So yeah, it's pretty impressive what the fuck they were doing. I'm gonna put you guys here, so at least you guys can actually see what's going on.
Troublemakers, and they will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they got some clicks because they have the third-rate podcast, but nobody's talking about them. Nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide.
Bro, MAGA's cooked. After the dumb shit and all that shit that you've done, MAGA's cooked.
MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me now the famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France being a man. when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or
Holy
bankrupt
shit.
Alex Jones. This is crazy.
Calling him
I'm
bankrupt
sorry, I
Alex
gotta
Jones
pause
is
and
nuts.
just say this is crazy. He's going for the jugular on everybody.
Yeah, he's
or
pissed.
bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, or he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers. They always will be. Now fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I can get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength and not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have no idea how.
You're not making... Okay, so... You're making all these assumptions, but I have one thing to say. You didn't make America great again at all. You made America worse. Because of the Epstein files, first of all, and the stupid fucking decision of going to war with Iran for some fucking odd reason. That was the dumbest fucking decision I've ever seen. America is taking so many fucking L's, and you're retarded and you don't even realize it. Fucking incredible. Like, what? What is going on? What the fuck? Let's keep going, bro.
to do that, but I do because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President
It's
Donald
not.
J. Trump.
It's not at all.
So, President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, that's Donald Trump for you. It's just funny because, you know, of course, all of these guys were.
Bro, I'm looking at this and it's like... He talks a lot of shit on Truth Social. He talks a lot of fucking shit. But when we see the reality of things, and when we see the situation right now, America is taking, it's pretty much, at this point, they're losing the war. They're getting shit on. He's just talking mad shit for, I don't know why. But you're talking mad shit. You're just ruining the reputation of America more and more. How the fuck he hasn't noticed this?
Were voicing support for Trump just some time ago. But the biggest thing that actually caught me by surprise, I didn't think he'd go for Alex Jones like that because, bro, Alex Jones has been like relatively fair in his well, not to me. I think it's way too late. But for everybody else or all the MAGA base, Alex Jones has reserved a lot of concern for Trump. He's actually been pretty soft on him until recently.
They got mad about the 25th Amendment. He did a stream broadcast like a couple of days ago, and he talked about the 25th Amendment when after he sent, I think it was the Easter Post or the power plant thing. They're like, yo, this guy's unhinged.
Yeah. And so it took a lot for Alex Jones to actually join the anti-MAGA crowd, or really the America First crowd, whatever you want to call it. But I'm surprised he went for Alex Jones like that. Called him bankrupt.
You keep going.
Go ahead.
And I'm just so sad that whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was, because he did so much good. That said, it followed just a few hours after Melania Trump came out, unannounced. Reportedly, Trump didn't know, and said she wasn't involved with Epstein and she supports a full investigation by Congress into the Epstein cover-up. Trump says Epstein's a hoax. So this reminds me
What the
of...
fuck?
Bruh, that is not a hoax, bro.
Yeah.
Come on.
Epstein is a hoax.
Crazy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Melinda
100%.
Gates, Melinda French, when she started turning against Bill, also over Epstein. So Trump's got big problems, folks.
Oh, yeah. And this is why he's in war, because he has a lot of fucking problems. He has a lot of fucking problems behind the scenes, and he's going to war to see if he can actually, you know, change the subject a little bit, so his fucking name doesn't get tarnished. Bro, nigga, get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't want your stupid ass here. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, bro. Get the fuck out.
I am just so concerned about this country and the world. Trump's being led around with the nose by Netanyahu and by Mark Levin and others.
Yeah, there's a lot of things behind the scenes. There's a lot of things behind the scenes.
Cool, I got Mark Levin.
He can see the leashes now all around Trump's neck.
It's so sad. The Iran war is a total disaster. A black eye for America. They control the Strait of Hormuz. It is just absolutely incredible what we're seeing and what we're facing.
Yeah.
I supported the old Trump and got so many good things done. But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences.
Unfortunately, that's not going to happen.
It's just that simple. This is a nightmare. We know the Democrats, the left, are absolutely terrible. But when Trump's calling for wiping out whole civilizations and acting like a supervillain, I have to come out.
And that made him really hard to defend. You know, I saw a burst of MAGA supporters really go, oh, when Trump let out that tweet, and I believe it was Thursday morning last week. When was that "civilization will die" tweet?
He said that like, yeah, it was last week. Like, yeah.
Like,
well,
imagine you're at war with America, right? And then he posts on social media saying, hey, I'm going to end the whole civilization of that country.
Not bad.
Like, if you think about it, how can you say that my country is the bad one if that guy wants to exterminate a whole country and a whole population from said country? How are the how is he not the bad guy here? Like it makes no sense, bro. You want to wipe out the whole civilization. You are the fucking piece of shit here. You're the fucking piece of shit. By the way, are you watching?
Yes.
No, but like, you see what I mean? Like, you try to destroy the country, you try to destroy the people, you're trying to destroy everything. And somehow, you still think that Iran is actually the bad guys. Even though they're the ones defending themselves. Unfucking believable. It's fucking unbelievable. You look at this shit, it is fucking disappointing. Very fucking disappointing how far humanity has come. How dog shit people are right now. It's fucking incredible.
This week, it was like right after Easter, like a day or two after Easter.
Oh, was it on Monday?
Might have been.
I don't know.
It was earlier this week.
And
everyone just started going crazy. Shout out to Alex once again with the 45, bro. Thank you so much.
Hey, shout out to Alex, man. But yeah, I saw a lot of the MAGA base go, all right, yeah, this is a sinking ship. Once he let out that Truth Social post. So, you know, Trump has been digging his own grave. I said if he's just been taking it easy, if he had just prior learned to control his fingers on Truth Social, he wouldn't have been receiving this much hate. You know, a lot of the hate is just coming from his rhetoric more than his actions. You know, his actions, of course, we're always attacking them because we can see through the bullshit. But the rhetoric now, he's digging his own grave. You know, he's making things a lot worse than they need to be.
He's making himself
these genocidal Truth Social posts and everything like that. And then 10 seconds later, calling for a ceasefire and saying he wants the Iranian people to be great. It's like, you know, you can tell he's kind of losing it.
He's contradicting himself all over the place.
All over the place, man.
Yeah, that is true as well. He's contradicting himself for so long. For so fucking long. And the thing is, people don't realize it. Because think about it. After the 12 days of war back in summer, they said, yeah, we destroyed the whole fucking goddamn nuclear facilities. We managed to make a setback so many years when it comes to nuclear bombs. And then the reason why they're going to fucking war is because of nuclear bombs. So, did you manage to destroy the nuclear fucking facilities and scientists and all that shit so they go back years and years and years and they cannot make a nuclear bomb? Or did you not? So you're lying. So you're contradicting yourself. He's like lost. He's desperate. He's in the desperate fucking position right now because he knows that he's losing everything. America's falling. This is the beginning of America's fall. This is the beginning. They're losing everything. They're losing everything. They lost the fucking allies in the Middle East. They like Europe is not happy. They clearly don't are now with Trump. Like, bro, they're losing on every fucking regard. And it's sad to see this. Once a great, amazing country just going down like this. Disappointment. Instead of actually showing why they are the best. Showing the good example. But no, they're just doing worse and worse. It's fucking sad.
Trump's own wife came out at an unannounced press conference today and said the Epstein.
Yeah, guys, and I didn't mention this, but Melania Trump came out and defended herself in regards to being involved in the Epstein files, which is funny that it's coming out now, you know, like, of course, in the midst of all this. When
So the wife is also in the Epstein files. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Very, very weird.
Nu
Hij-
50 euro.
I accidentally put on end. Fuck. I clicked end button. I clicked the end button. No. Go back. No, fuck off.
Chat, you guys been begging.
No,
for months
I was
for me to
not
watch this,
begging.
and I
You
didn't-
can fuck
Chat,
off.
you guys
no,
been begging.
No, I was not begging. Fuck off. I was not begging. You can fuck off. I accidentally clicked end video. Fuck. Which video was I watching? I think it's this one. It is this one.
Things cool down. Of course, now that comes out for something else to distract the people with. But yeah,
Everything's good.
Crimes are real,
God damn
and
it,
she wants the
bro.
victims to be in front of Congress to cover up.
I mean, I don't have fat fingers,
That's
but
the
I
opposite of what
accidentally
Trump's
clicked
saying.
on my
Looks
end.
to me like she's breaking with Trump
My
because she knows
M5
the
from my
ship
keyboard,
sinking
fuck.
has found out the truth. Elon left 8 months ago saying he's in the files as a cover-up. I never saw any evidence of it, but he's acting like he's guilty. We know he's protecting Howard Lutnick, who said he didn't know Epstein to go to the island, and he did. So all I can say is this is a terrible day, and it's a nightmare for America and the world, but I'm going to tell the truth, reporting the facts, no matter what it is. Was I somewhat naive? Did I defend Trump too long? He did so much good? Yeah, I did. Are people that, said I defend him too long, are they right?
did you say something?
No, I'm listening.
Yeah, it looks like they are. Fine to a victory lap. But I did it from a place of believing he was the lesser of two evils. And I guess at the end of the day, justice be done may the heavens fall. There's no such thing as lesser of two evils. So I took the establishment attacking him as the sign I should support him. I took myself being attacked for supporting him as the sign I should support him. And now it's certainly clear that this new Donald Trump is somebody we should support, and I'm not. So I'm energetically opposing him. I'm calling for the 25th Amendment if he continues to call for nuclear war and genocide. Hopefully he backs down. We'll continue to report on this as it unfolds, but that's the facts. Melania Trump, they've said, was turning against Trump years ago. I never believed it, but now she's definitely countermanding what he said and done, saying there's nothing to Epstein. She's saying there is. It should be investigated. I stand with Melania Trump, and I stand with the truth. I stand with the victims of Epstein against the Epstein class.
I mean, okay, like that is good. Did they finally fucking realize Epstein files and all that shit, and the victims? But there's more to it. It's not just what happened in the island. It's the information that is in it. There's so much information. It's connected to so much fucking shit that happened in the world or these past years. There's so much shit that happened that it is literally in the fucking Epstein files. It's fucking incredible. And people are fucking ignoring or like being distracted because of the war. People need to wake up. They need to wake up. The Epstein files is connected to so much shit that people don't fucking know. It's connected to the fucking even COVID, bro. COVID was literally mentioned in the Epstein files. How crazy is that? Fucking COVID was literally mentioned before it even happened. They planned this fucking shit. They planned all this shit. So yeah, people, open your fucking eyes. It's true that the war is horrible. It's true that what they're doing is unacceptable. I agree with you. We need to stop fucking Israel doing pieces of shit fucking decisions that's trying to do a genocide to Iran, and more than just Iran, the whole Middle East. Same thing as America. But Epstein files, holy shit. Holy shit. If it ends up being public at 100%, and people end up finding out the motherfucking information that is there, it's pretty much, bro, holy, the amount of people gonna be pissed at everyone. There's gonna be a full-on rally people in the fucking streets if people find out what's inside. The Epstein files it's literally the beginning of the answers that people for years were trying to get. And if it ends up happening, if we end up getting the answers, oh boy, how things are gonna go. Things are gonna go bad. It's not just about the victims. It's more than that. It goes beyond that. It could go to global problems. That's how far it can go. So, yeah, I agree with him that they need to put these type of people that were in the fucking Epstein files in jail, of course. and the victims needed to actually finally getting some relief and from what happened to them in the past. But the Epstein's files is connected to so many global problems, so many things that it's even bigger than we all think. But yeah, here let's continue.
So that's that. Let's see what Candace had to say. I have that queued up here actually.
This is gonna be funny.
She went sick. Here, I got it here. Let me see if there's anybody else who reacted. Tucker Carlson actually released a statement as well, although I don't know if he's done a show just yet. But this is what Candace had to say. And by the way, am I gonna get nuked for this copyright or no?
You shouldn't.
Okay.
I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that House and Todd
We read it for you guys, so we'll just go straight to her reaction.
Won the presidential election in a landslide first, because let's park it there, right? Let's just chew on that portion right there first, because it is a stunning break from reality. Because I'll ask the question, do you have any idea why it was, Mr. President, that your old tweets, the sentences you used to say, which were typically definitely insults back in 2015, but do you ever wonder why they worked? I can help you, right? It's because they were rooted in some element of truth. Okay. Yep. So if you called Rosie O'Donnell unattractive, or when you said Hillary Clinton should be in prison, it played to the crowd, because
and she fucking should. She fucking should be in prison. Somehow she isn't.
Many people thought it was inappropriate and beneath the dignity of a politician. It was based in truth, right? Hillary Clinton's done some things.
Yeah, she did a lot.
You can call Megyn.
Yeah, some things, nigga. A lot of things.
A lot of fucking things. No doubt about that.
Yeah, she needs to be in fucking prison. Many things. I have definitely had my political disagreements with her over the years. Low IQ? Really? Tucker Carlson? Low IQ? Me? Low IQ? The three of us unsuccessful somehow? When you write stuff like that, you just demonstrate nothing but your own irrationality.
You know, the crazy thing, like what I was saying was like, dude, alternative media is where it's at now, unfortunately. Yep. Like that's what helped him win the presidency. So for him to say, oh, you know, some bullshit about, you know, they're failing on TV shows and everything. Like, dude, TV is kind of like cooked now. Like mainstream media is cooked, and he knows that. He hates the mainstream media.
Yeah, exactly. He's actually contradicting his whole foundation or his position. And he's always spoke about, who are you with? ABC, fake news, CNN, fake news. Because here he says third-rate podcasts, but these podcasts are responsible for the fact that he honestly won the election. You know, Joe Rogan, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, of course, played a huge role as well. Tucker Carlson, all these guys, they probably got him in office, bro, to be honest, all those endorsements. So for him to turn back and talk shit about them, and I get it because they've opposed him at this point, but he's given them no choice, you know. But he knows that these podcasts have tons of motion. He knows that alternative media, like you said, is the way. You know, no one really, the only people that are cranking on actual local TV stations or local news, Fox News, whatever it is, are probably people over the age of maybe 40 or you know, maybe even 30. Yeah, Gen X, millennials, of course, boomers, but you know, the Zoomers certainly not. So he knows that's a sailing ship, no doubt.
It just doesn't land. Nobody cares about them anymore. Really? You're the leader of the free world and you're tweeting about us. I think that means somebody cares. Actually, what nobody cares about anymore, and what you seem to have an inability to comprehend, is that traditional cable news no longer moves the needle. Cable TV is a dying medium. FDR, he used the radio, right? His voice, the fireside chats, it worked. It moved audiences when it was new, and when the world transitioned there, and then suddenly it was the dawn of television.
I mean, it still works, but not as effective and not as good as it used to be. It's like back in the day, radio, TV, all that shit was like trending. It was new. And now podcasts, multi-streaming, streaming and just in general videos now have become the mainstream. They are the mainstream now. They are actually the things that people care more. The fact that there's alternatives to go search information beyond just TV, beyond just radio. So yeah, I do agree that I'm not saying I don't think TV is dying. I don't think radio is dying. But what I think is people are gonna go towards multimedia, which is podcasts, streams, videos more now than TV and radio. Like that is true. That is something that is 100% true. Like I don't watch TV at all, guys. Like I'm telling you guys, I don't watch TV at all. For me, I think it's a waste of time. It's just a way to brainwash your fucking goddamn head in the way you think. And it's very obvious that it does that shit. Because it depends on who actually takes care of the fucking company that makes the channels or makes the actual fucking TV channel. If that person is more left, I mean, they're gonna try to brainwash you to go to the left. If you're same thing for the right. So what's the like, bro? So might as well just not watch TV. Because they're gonna try to brainwash you instead of actually showing the truth and the actual information that you should know.
Television, JFK's good looks on the screen, that served him, and he used that. Once again, fast forward to today, and the world is technologically advancing, yet you're launching insults at what you don't comprehend. Joe Rogan is not going to do Fox News hits. Do you understand this? He is not trying to get on CNN. None of us are. I don't know how else to help you understand.
Who the fuck wants to be part of a fucking company that is brainwashed, that is owned by the fucking Jews? Who the fuck wants to be part of the fucking companies owned by them? They're not gonna tell you to fucking continue saying the truth. They're gonna try to say to you, continue lying and you earn these fucking millions. That's what they want. Like, bro, like, what? Who the fuck?
And you are quite literally mocking people because they comprehend something that you don't. Tucker Carlson is more powerful than you. Deep down, I think you know that. And I think you resent that, which is proven by your next lines. Let's read on. You continue, MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never...
We all know that. They're owned by these fucking Jews, bro. Like, bruh.
Been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Okay, obviously Tucker Carlson is in his prime. The whole world understands that. That sentence, he couldn't even finish college. Are you aware?
Yeah, I mean, Tucker Carlson peaked in popularity after he left Fox. When he went independent, that's when he really broke out. Of course, he was always a household name and he was well-known, well-respected journalist. But after the Fox News thing, man, that really put him in the spotlight more than anything.
I think, her getting off Daily Wire, him getting off Fox, I think it all helped them. Like, it helped their careers. I don't think it hurt them at all.
It made their careers. Yeah. Made their careers 100%. And they probably make way more money now. No doubt they definitely make way more money. So,
that your base is comprised of blue-collar workers who never went to college, many who never so much wanted to go to college, never dreamed it. The farmers, the ranchers, the plumbers, the electricians, the people.
Yeah, there's so many people. Hey, by the way, I was about to say, how dare you make fun of people that didn't go to college? You know who actually makes the fucking country stable and good? The people that don't have the fucking diplomas. The plumbers, the electricians, all that shit, most of them don't have those type of diplomas, and they maintain your country intact. So you're shaming all the people that don't have those diplomas. You should be you're a disappointment, Trump. You're a fucking disappointment. There's so many fucking people that make sure that the fucking country continues on correct and stable, so people can live and have their life and have their like work, have their car, have everything. And you're mocking all these people that don't have the diploma. Should be ashamed. 100%.
Who work with their hands, you now stick your nose up to all of those people. Do you know who else didn't go to college? Charlie Kirk didn't go to college. Also, those men, many, I would say, a lot of the men and women that you and Pete Hegseth want to send to their deaths in the Middle East, many of them, probably most of them, didn't go to college. And let me be perfectly clear here when I say that each and every one of them is infinitely more smart and more capable than you.
I do agree with her, by the way. I've met many people, they came from the Middle East when it comes to Palestine, Iran, Iraq, and so goes on. And bro, the way they think, the way they work, the way they actually put effort when it comes to school, work, and business, they're very good. They're very good. They're very intelligent. They're very fucking intelligent. Like, holy shit. For them, hard work, like, they are very good hard work. Like, holy god damn, they're amazing. They're very good. Like, they should be proud. Those people should be fucking proud. The people that actually work hard They're pretty much the definition of work hard. I've met so many. They do their job correctly, they do things correctly, and they do it because they love it, because it's amazing to do the hard work. Holy shit. Fucking amazing.
Surround
I do
yourself
agree
with
with
in
her.
this moment. But
I
let's
do agree.
continue. Because CNN says you got 100% support. You write, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. This Brigitte Macron, who did you write that sentence?
Bro, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure she is a dude. Sorry, not she, he's a dude. The premier fucking, it's a man, bro. We all know it's a fucking trans.
Not even Brigitte Macron.
I live in fucking Belgium. Nigga, even, bro, I can tell you guys, it's a man. It's a trans, 100%. 100%, it's a fucking dude. Dressing as a fucking woman.
Looks better than her.
No, not her, him.
Than him, yeah.
But again, I think fanboys, again, they're still trans. It's just they don't go for the extreme. That's my opinion. This is my opinion. But I do say they do look better. At least they try to actually look like a girl and act like a girl and have like the same way of thinking. Well, they bro, you can clearly see that bro, she's not a fucking woman. She's not more beautiful than Candace. Again, Candace clearly is an amazing woman that values tradition, and not just tradition, understands the truth, and understands that what the fuck is going on, it's not right, and Trump is doing retarded shit. That's all I'm saying.
And Emmanuel Macron applauded that sentence, okay? They said incroyable. It doesn't help. Sometimes
Incroyable. Hey, that guy's gay, bro. That's what I'm gonna say, bro. That Macron is fucking gay, bro. He's fucking gay. He's gay, bro. Get the fuck out of here. How can they let someone like him in power?
propaganda.
Look at the disappointment of France, how it is. Fucking horrible. I would never want to go to France and actually visit that fucking country. Fucking disappointment. Trash everywhere. Everything is expensive. You don't have a good time. You can get fucking harassed by random people for no reason. Bro, who wants to go to France? Jesus Christ, fuck France. I'm sorry, I don't want to go there. I would never want to go there. If I want to see France, I'll go to Google, type amazing pictures of France. Boom, there you go. Amazing, there you go. I see my computer, I see my screen, there you go. I was in France, guys, I was in France. There you go. I do not want to go to that country, bro. Fucking disappointment of a country. One country that is known to be one of the best countries in the world. And when I say best countries, I mean it was supposed to be economically. When it comes to military, when it comes to nuclear bombs and shit like that, they have the capability. But they see how the country is right now, it's a fucking disappointment. I've never seen that shit ever. And it's sad to say it, because I'm European. I want everyone to do good. But when I see fucking countries that are supposed to thrive, they're destroying themselves. It's like, what the fuck is this? And I say the same shit to mine. My country is a fucking disappointment. It's a fucking disappointment. I love Portugal, but I've never seen such a big fucking disappointment in Portugal. I think Portugal is even worse than fucking France. Somehow. I'm very disappointed. And do you think the same way, or that or no? When it comes to, like, I'd say your country, I'd say pretty much. So do you agree? Do you think? No, I don't think so. At least I agree in some parts. Bro, you're gonna say something? I asked you a question.
Yes.
So you would think, you also agree that your country, instead of thriving, is also destroying itself. You agree?
Yeah.
Are you actually agreeing, or are you just answering to answer? Or you don't want to talk? Bro. Hello?
Yes, yes, I'm occupied a bit.
The fuck are you doing? Oh fucking course, bro. Oh fucking course. Of course, of course. If it's not that game, it's fucking New Vegas. If it's one of the two. But yeah, let's keep going. It's just disappointing seeing that big countries that should be show the example, they just become worse, and then the countries around them, they become worse as well.
It's actually just hurts the cause that it purports to support.
You know.
Why are you? What is your obsession with Brigitte? This Brigitte Macron in the swimsuit?
Yeah, you can clearly see that he has a dick. You can clearly see he has dick and balls. There's no way you're saying that he's a fucking woman. It's not. It's clearly not. There's many fucking goddamn pictures that proves that it's not a fucking woman. It's a fucking goddamn dude.
Think that you can command people, men, straight men, to suddenly think that Brigitte is hot? Did you date Jean-Michel Trogneau? Are you gay? Why are you so obsessed calling me from the White House? Stop talking about Brigitte. Is it a physical attraction truly that you had there back when he was better looking, I suppose? Did you sleep with him when he was a man? Do you think people care? To your point about, I hope she wins money since it's all you see, gold, shekels. Do you think your base cares when the subject matter is children that are being statutorily raped by their supervisors? Do you understand that no one in MAGA, in true MAGA, cares about money above truth and protecting children? Did you connect that dot when we revolted against you saying, what about the Epstein files? That seems to be a theme with you. Protecting people who harm children. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you want people to be sued?
Simple. Because he's probably part of the fucking problem. He just doesn't want to admit it. He doesn't want it to be publicly fucking known.
For standing up to that class. We continue. Let's go back to your message conclusively, right? Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should have. It's all about money for you, Trump, isn't it? For his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming that it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, who you just cited as saying you had 100%.
Yeah, you cited with CNN saying that they have 100% Trump approval rate, and now you're saying that CNN is fake news. So you bro, do you know what you're saying at this point? So you're in their side and you're not. So you're contradicting yourself. Like, how many times are you contradicting yourself?
Are they fake or are they real Trump? Now, the fake news CNN.
Team Bird, thank you so much for the membership. Shout out to you. Welcome.
And the failing New York Times and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They are not MAGA. They are losers just trying to latch onto MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want. But when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Gerald and Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was trying to call her poop or if he was like trying to say brown clown type shit.
Yeah, Marjorie Trader.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good. She was the first one. I think honestly the first one to jump off the MAGA train when she stepped down. But
about doing what's right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world.
The hottest fucking country. What the fuck are you on about? Nobody wants to go to America because of the dumb shit you're doing. America's fucked. The country on its own, who wants to be there, bro? I don't want to. I said to myself many times, I don't want to go to America. It's so fucked. Like, it doesn't even look like a country anymore. It's disappointment after disappointment, bro. I'd rather live in the fucking somewhere else. I'd rather live in Iran right now than in fucking America, bro. America's worse.
That ain't true.
This is how fucked up America is right now.
Ask NATO, ask G7, ask the EU. I don't think they'd agree.
President Donald J. Trump. Was that written by Mark Levin, like when he was 6? Or who put this message together? The hottest country in the world because we're bombing?
Nah, that's definitely Trump who wrote that. The hottest country anywhere. The hottest best you could get anywhere. Quite frankly, the best. That was definitely... Trump's just got such a pattern in his language, you know? He always says, like, he always adds something unnecessary to, like, a statement that already exists, like a statement that already has enough. He'll always add something unnecessary. So that's definitely that's Trump, bro. This whole message has Trump written all over it, bro. There's like some sort of process of being able to figure out who wrote something. Maybe you would know about that from what you did previously, but there's like some sort of process scientifically where you can find out if somebody wrote something, not from their handwriting, but from like their pattern and stuff. And dude, I mean, you can just tell they don't have what it takes, and they never did. Like, he's always got to double down, you know, like unnecessary double downs. This was Trump.
Kids for no reason because we just killed 150 schoolgirls for no reason because
Yeah, that is horrible, by the way. They killed us. They used a Predator missile for a school of children. And it was proven that America did it. And they have no audacity. They have the audacity, the fact that they didn't even apologize. I'm very disappointed at America. Very, very fucking disappointed. They're supposed to be the big dogs. They're supposed to be the big good side. But all they're doing is just showing the disappointment and not showing the actual example they should show. As big of a country you are, and as the best fucking country in the world as you are, how can you be a disappointment like this? You should show the example to everyone, so everyone should try to be the same. But you're not. You're just making it worse every time. Who the fuck wants to be going to America or be like America or be like an American? No one.
You guys just lied about 6 of our servicemen who died, and they had to leak that to CBS News, that you were lying about what was happening. Is that what makes us hot? Is Hot Girl Summer being led by Brigitte Macron and people who attack people, other journalists for telling the truth? What's going on? Who put this message together for you and hit send? You're citing CNN, but you're also dissing CNN for having produced certain polls. I don't know. You just told us that we couldn't get on CNN, but now you're saying that we have good coverage on CNN. You're all over the place. It seems like you can't put together a coherent thought. Let me tell you something, and this is just reality, okay? Going back to just the rules of the jungle. Okay, let all the politicians and advisors around you evaporate for just a moment. Just you and me, ready? People will not fight beside, behind, or for someone who is fundamentally disloyal, okay? If disloyalty and deceit is in your nature, then I highly suggest that you combine it with silence. You can be what you are, but I would advise you do it quietly, Trump, because MAGA is no longer commanded by you, and you know it. You know it. You belong to the Epstein class. That is your legacy now. People will see your name on buildings, whatever was agreed upon in those boardrooms with Jared Kushner, Trump, Gaza, hotel, whatever you tweeted.
I think another thing too, I think another reason too why JD Vance is going on this one is they don't like Jared Kushner and Witkoff or Gotcha and them. They don't think like they're competent, which to be honest with you, I don't think they are either, you know?
No, 100%. And look, front facingly, this will make JD Vance look good, for better or for worse, whatever. But, of course, I mean, Jared Kushner and Stephen Witkoff were the two that they were speaking with before they just got bombed.
There's no way someone in the chat just said Epstein class, the best class. Oh, how are you not banned? Fucking retard. How are you not in the Shadow Realm? How? Jesus Christ.
Out of nowhere in February. They were in the midst of talks, and the talks were supposed to continue.
What the fuck is this, bro?
I'm surprised they even actually got on the plane, man. To me, that's telling. So maybe JD did make a difference. Maybe they were happy to have a new member from the United States representing Washington and actually talking in good faith. But ultimately, again, because of the nature of the demands that we're going to have to request, especially to keep Israel calm or defuse them, it's just going to be demands that are not going to be realistic for Iran to actually come to the table, So maybe we'll get an extension tomorrow, but yeah, I do think JD
supposed to be Saturday morning, so we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, tomorrow. I think it's 10 a.m. Washington time, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. There's so many things.
That'll be very interesting.
And I think that'll be the first time we've had direct talks with them, unless they're going to do indirect like last time. I'm not sure, because in Oman, it was indirect. They were sitting in two different rooms, and the mediator from Oman was just going back and forth. I don't know if they're going to do it this way this time. But
at this stage, I would imagine they'd be direct. I mean, they're already full-fledged at war.
Yeah.
So.
I would hope
cool.
so.
It'd be cool to see what comes about, but I don't know. Maybe JD Vance will be the quote unquote hero, but before this conflict started, he wasn't a part of those talks. I don't think it was him. It was just Jared Kushner, Stephen Witkoff. Now it's JD Vance. It's like, hey, now you're worried because we started a problem we can't actually extinguish. So he knows this is bad optics. If this continues, the longer this war goes, he might as well just forget it. He may as well not even try and campaign for 28.
They will see that. You will earn that, and then when they see see it, they will think about how many children had to die or be raped by men on islands so that you could stick the Trump name upon a building. And for clarity, Mr. President, that's not my fault. That's not Megyn Kelly's fault. That's not Tucker Carlson's fault.
It's yours.
You made that trade. You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that.
You know, you got to think, to make the likes of Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson go against you. And I'm not discrediting them by saying that. I'm saying that to say they've never really been very heavy into the whole Israeli foreign policy thing like Tucker and Candace.
Yeah.
And so for those two to jump onto the anti-MAGA train, I mean, that's a tell in and of itself how far this has gone left.
Absolutely.
Toward the end of your life, okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go. Just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom? Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. Charlie Kirk, he died free. You will most certainly die a slave. Okay? You are in chains right now, and the
Yeah, that is true. The difference between Charlie Kirk and him and Trump is shitty ass Trump. Yeah, he at least he told the truth and he didn't end up signing with Epstein, what the fuck, with Jews that had money and shit. He decided to actually do the right thing.
entire world can see that perfectly. At best, what you can hope for in this moment is that maybe one day upon the college campuses that you so deeply cherish, they'll teach all about your now tarnished legacy as the perfect modern day example of Plato's allegory of the cave. You familiar with that one? Prisoner chained in a cave. Multiple prisoners chained in a cave with a fire burning behind them, mistaking shadows on the wall for reality.
It's been like the main. This war has been like the main issue here. You want to transition to the war shit?
Yeah, unfortunately, sucks, but it's true. Yeah, Trump, you're probably gonna die a slave, and your name is tarnished. Let's be honest here. You made bad decisions after bad decisions. It sucks, but you get what you deserve. Charlie Kirk somehow was, I mean, I say somehow, but he clearly is 100 times better than you. He decided not to sell his soul and be truth, be the right person, be a really good person, and actually trying to make America great again. While the thing you're doing is money. You're going for the money. You're going for doing stupid shit. You're creating chaos everywhere. You're a fucking slave in chains. That's true.
Joe Kent and this guy, Will Chamberlain, who's a Zionist. All right, let's get into it, ninjas.
And Will Chamberlain, the senior counsel at the Article 3 project. Well, welcome to both of you. I mean, Joe Kent, a lot of...
If you guys are wondering, yes, this guy Chamberlain is one of them.
Of course, bro. Of fucking course. There's always one. There's always one.
As always.
What you said when
of course, there's always fucking one, bro.
Pretty much confirmed by that news.
Well, the real question is when there isn't one. There's always one. So,
report, which is extremely detailed and paints a picture of Netanyahu in the White House, in the Situation Room, with the head of Mossad appearing on a screen next to him, in which he laid out a 4-point plan for why this would work, decapitating the regime, the people would rise up, they would
and
be
it didn't
too
work, by the way. It didn't work, by the way. They ended up being more together than ever.
All of that failed, of course.
Everything failed.
Because Trump is a...
what do you feel?
And actually believe that?
About the fact there's now this ceasefire, albeit it seems quite a perilous one.
There's no ceasefire.
Do you think by President
They're
Trump
still going,
even though
it's a ceasefire.
Well, I think it's a good thing that President Trump took the opportunity to enact a ceasefire and to get.
And I'm gonna kind of disrupt you guys and let you guys know right now. Joe Kent is not gonna criticize Trump, just like Benny Johnson won't do it because they're. To be honest, in that regard, because at the end of the day, Trump is the president of the United States, the most powerful person on earth. He could have absolutely told Netanyahu to go pound some sand, but you know, it is what it is.
Both sides to the negotiating table. I think what's key, though, is that President Trump has to realize in order to accomplish our strategic goal, which is ending this conflict, reopening the Straits of Hormuz, and maintaining the alliances that we have in the Gulf, he has got to restrain the Israelis. The Israelis have a...
Yeah, the problem is that he's not gonna, and he needs to cook him for not restraining them. That's the problem.
Different strategic goal than we do. They want to take down the entire regime. They don't care how long it takes. They don't care how much we have to commit in terms of blood and treasure. So the Israelis and us have parted ways in terms of strategic objectives. We have to be honest with ourselves. It sounds like, considering the fact that someone shared the origins of this war with the New York Times, that is recognized now by this administration. So the first thing that President Trump has to do in order to make sure this lasts is actually restrain the Israelis, take away key components of the military aid that we give them so that they lack the capability to go on the offense and to spoil this ceasefire.
Will Chamberlain, your response to that?
I mean, I think that's a completely incoherent idea, not merely.
Yeah, of course it's incoherent, huh? It's a fucking chaos. Who would have guessed? It's incoherent. Of course,
wrong, but just incoherent.
Of
First off, it
course.
presupposes we have the ability to take away their offensive capabilities. Newsflash, they already have them. We can't just seize them. Are we going to invade and take their planes? We can't. They have the F-35. They have these capabilities. Remember, they launched the 12-day war on their own. So, I mean,
No, but
even
America,
the debate
but
itself
on that
is
point,
sort of
Will, on that point, the Americans could withdraw their funding.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
so
could.
The thing is that can they overtly stop them like right away? No, but like they can pull their support,
They can
pull their
pull- so
funding.
they
So the
can
Israelis
pull
are
a
not
good
going
amount
to
of
go ahead
stuff.
and be as aggressive. Like what this guy Will
Yeah.
Chamberlain is missing here is that he's going like strictly like, oh, we can't take their hardware. Okay, of course we can't actually take their hardware.
But
what we can do is tell
a
them,
good
we're not
amount
gonna
of
support you. So if you
support,
guys
yeah.
find yourselves in a pickle, we're not going to save you. And what he
Yep.
doesn't understand is that the Israelis are aggressive the way that they are because they know that they're going to get U.S. support. For example, with the 12-day war, right? A big reason they launched that assault is because they knew that we would mobilize aircraft carriers, the Jordanians would help, and so would the Egyptians with shooting down ballistic missiles that came through in the airspace and the Gulf states, okay? That's all based upon us having influence in the region, okay? With Jordan and Egypt, for example.
I mean, right
Egypt and
now,
Jordan,
I mean, it is true, but I don't think right now they have the biggest influence as they think they claim. No. They're so fucked.
only
But
play
yeah,
nice with
true.
them because we pay them to. Egypt and Jordan also get quite a bit of foreign aid from us to play nice with them. That's obviously a strategic decision because if you guys look at a map here, it'll make sense for you. Look, you type in here, Middle East, boom, and you see who's to the south? Egypt, right? Sinai Peninsula,
Egypt.
which they got back in 1978, and then Jordan to the east, okay? So we pay these guys to play nice with it for Israel's security. Lebanon said, "F off.
Yeah.
We're not doing no deals with y'all niggas."
And that's,
Even though-
that's fucking outrageous, by the way. That's fucking outrageous because, like, what? You should destroy them, honestly, if I have to be honest. Destroy the fuck out of them, bro. After what they're doing, they clearly deserve to be destroyed. They deserve the fucking karma. Jesus Christ.
Lebanese government wants to work with the U.S. Hezbollah doesn't.
Yep.
Okay? So that's why. So when Kent, right? Oh, let me close some of these tabs. Sorry. It's just funny as fuck. I'll save this one for later. Did the criminal complaint. Okay. When Kent said,
have these capabilities. Them, are we going to take away their offensive capabilities? Wrong, but just incoherent. First off, it presupposes we have the ability to take away their offensive capabilities.
okay, we don't have the ability to take their offensive capabilities, but their offensive capabilities are 100% contingent upon their defensive capabilities, which we actually do, which we actually play a huge role in. So this guy's being incredibly disingenuous. Incredibly disingenuous. They're not going to attack as hard if they know they can't defend as hard. It's that simple.
Yep.
The THAADs, the interceptor missiles, us moving U.S. assets in the region to help them, that all plays a role in their ability to defend themselves, which is directly proportional to their ability to attack. The reason why they're so aggressive in how they attack is because they know that retaliation to them needs to be measured. I'll give you guys an example. The Israelis bombed a embassy in Damascus.
Why though?
Bombing an embassy is an act of war. They bombed the Iranian embassy in Damascus. Why did they do that? They did that because they knew that the Iranians would not be able to retaliate with the same level of aggression. Because at the time that they bombed the embassy, they wanted to, at
Yeah,
the time
they need to be
bombed the
gone,
embassy,
bro. I have to
they
be
wanted
honest,
the
they need to be gone.
Iranians to
need to be gone, bro.
respond
They
in
need
an
to be gone.
extremely aggressive fashion that would threaten Israeli security, which would do what? Draw the United States in. This was under the Biden administration. So this is why the Israelis did so much between 2023 all the way up until President Trump came in. They bombed the embassy. They did reckless assassinations. They did the 12-day war. They bombed the fuck out of Beirut and Lebanon. They bombed Syria. They bombed the Houthis. They did all of this stuff. And they also bombed
Fucking
Iran too
unacceptable.
and blew up their embassy and a bunch of generals. They did that hoping that the Iranians would match them with the same level of aggression where the United States would have to intervene to ensure doesn't get destroyed. Does that make sense, chat? So what Will Chamberlain doesn't understand is that though we can't actually repeal their weapons that are there, they have F-35s, they have a lot of our technology, that is true. What we can do is repeal our commitment to defend them from their reckless, destructive foreign policy and aggression. Because the only reason they feel safe to attack the way that they do, like bombing a embassy in another country, which is an attack on two different countries' sovereignty, the only reason they felt safe to do that is because they knew that if the Iranians actually hit them as hard as they hit the Iranians, this would invite U.S. intervention. That is why they behave as aggressively as they do. And this is why Will Chamberlain is it's not just about attacking, it's also about defending.
Newsflash, they already have them. We can't just seize them. Are we going to invade it and take their planes?
Irrelevant. But I just explained this to you guys. Their attack capability isn't the only parameter here. Their defense capability is also extremely important, and that's contingent upon us.
We can't. They have the F-35. They have these capabilities. Remember, they launched the 12-day war on their own.
This fucking true, bro.
Knowing that the United States would eventually get involved. They launched that 12-day war, knowing the United States was going to get involved, and they told the United States, we are going to nuke these guys, and that forced Trump to get involved in the conflict.
But on that point, Will, the Americans could withdraw their funding. The billions of dollars that go to the Israelis, which they use to fund the...
And it's roughly $3 to $4 billion a year, but we never talk about like mobilizing aircraft carriers, how we let them use our resources. Like that's just aid that we give them, right? That they spend back on us. But we never talk about all the money it costs, right? For mobilizing our assets to support them. We never talk about any of that or how much the wars cost us.
Our own military that could just be withdrawn. So
or maintaining bases in the region that benefit them. You know what I mean? Like that 3 to 4 billion is just what they get overtly. We never talk about all the other costs of supporting.
Sure.
The diplomatic ties that the diplomatic opportunities that we lost, right? The issues that arise with the Middle East because of them. The trillions we spent on the wars. Like, it's not just 3 to 4 billion on paper that we give them.
Yeah,
also, just so you guys know, we give them, over the past couple of years, we gave them way more. We mobilized like $12 billion emergency, like as soon as Trump took office. Marco Rubio and Trump like pushed a support package for the Israelis that gave them like $12 billion over night.
America isn't powerless. It can exercise that power.
Right, but the offensive capabilities they would need to strike Iran, they already have. They're the second biggest air force in the world today. Even if we said we're not going to give you $4 billion a year going forward, that wouldn't stop anything. And then the second point.
No, yes, it would. They would not be able to exercise as much aggression as they do. If we cut funding for them and cut support, yes, they would be able to attack, but they would not be able to attack with the same level of aggression and recklessness as they do now, because they would actually have to bear the consequences of their enemies without U.S. support and retaliation, which is what keeps people scared. And as a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. If the United States withdrew support of it, not only would the Iranians attack them, all the other Middle Eastern countries would attack them. You think Egypt and Jordan want to play nice with these niggas?
No, they don't. They don't like
Sudan and UAE and Morocco want to be in the Abraham Accords?
No, they don't.
Out of here. If the U.S. pulled out their support, right, we let them keep all their weapons and everything else like that, they would still be destroyed because all the other countries have no incentive to play nice with them anymore. This guy doesn't live in reality.
Is that this is an unbelievably silly approach to foreign policy because we haven't hammered out final terms with the Iranians yet. We're still in the middle of negotiations. The idea that we would restrain our...
There are no negotiations. It's literally the Pakistanis begging the U.S. and Iran to like figure some type of ceasefire out and make something happen. And Trump had his clandestine operation foiled, so he had to come to the table and agree to the 10-point plan, which he posted on Truth Social. Then he calls him and says, oh, that's not the plan I agreed to. Like, what?
Our ally, who, by the way, just helped us achieve one of the greatest military victories of the modern era, we would restrain them instead of trying to use the threat of continued belligerence from them to extract...
What modern victory? We haven't won. What the fuck is this guy
You
talking
won nothing,
about?
bro. I don't know what you want about.
A complete and utter failure.
You lost on every single
we bombed
point.
a bunch of the infrastructure. Okay. Missiles are still hitting Tel Aviv every day, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no, that's my turn.
Drones and missiles are still hitting it every day, bro. And the Gulf. We're losing influence in the region. We're losing at the gas pump. We're losing diplomatically with the Gulf states. Like, what are you talking about? These guys just lie.
They're losing
I appreciate you.
every point.
Terms for the Iranians is silly. It's just completely antithetical to how things should work. And the idea that we need to be worried about our Gulf neighbors who would be upset if we didn't restrain the Israelis is also absurd because our Gulf neighbors are on our side. And
they are not at all, bro. They don't like you at all.
It's
what you want about
diplomatically because all those countries are furious with the Iranians and
okay, they can be mad all they want. They can be mad all they want? Let me tell you something, buddy. Are we going to take the Iranian regime out that they're pissed off at? I think we know the answer to that.
Nope.
So they could be mad all they want. Yes, they're pissed off at the Iranians because they can't sell their energy, their gas is cooked, and tourism is down. But are we going to remove the Iranians that are in power right now? No, we're not. And that's going to be required for them to allow us to maintain any type of real military presence in the region. So we are off our neighbors because they're the ones dealing with the consequences. Our Gulf allies. They're the ones dealing with the consequences of our poor foreign policy. Noodles, thank you for the gifted.
Are on our side and want to strengthen cooperation with both us and.
But what is clear from that?
No, they don't. Only one Gulf state recognizes, bro. It's the UAE. All the other countries do not recognize. What are you talking about?
Yep.
Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Oman. None of them recognize it, bro.
Yep. True.
Only the UAE recognized it, and that was recently. So what are you talking about, bro? They don't even recognize it as a country. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Times report
to strengthen cooperation because all those countries are furious with the Iranians and are on our side.
They're on our side now because they want us to destroy the Iranians, and we're not going to be able to. We are not going to do the regime change that is required for us to maintain bases in the region. It's that simple. The Gulf states are furious and they want a regime change. But the problem is that the regime change isn't going to happen via us. So in other words, the same regime that's bombing them is going to be the same regime staying in power. If the same regime stays in power and that regime bombs them for having U.S. bases, what do you think is going to happen? Oh, I think I know. They're going to tell the U.S., hey, get your base out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's that simple. It's that simple.
I didn't want to strengthen cooperation with both us and.
But what is clear from that New York Times report, it seems to be incredibly well sourced. So somebody's been talking who was in that room. What is clear from that is that the Israelis...
I hate when Pierce does this, bro. Yo, Pierce, let Joe talk, bro. Like, we're not here to watch you debate, bro. Like shut the fuck up. Why does he not let his guests debate, bro? This is so annoying that he does this. I get it. Like, let Joe talk.
You know, maybe this was an honest mistake on their part, a misreading of the situation. But they certainly appear to be of the belief, if you took out the Ayatollah and some of the top people with him, that this would then lead to...
That's pretty much what happened in the beginning. And they still continued thinking the same way. Like, it's not going to change. Like, what? Like, how do you guys still believe that that's going to fucking change?
An uprising by the people, and that amid all this chaos, there would be no ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. Well, none of that has really happened. Yes, they got rid of the Ayatollah, but he's just been replaced by other similarly minded people. And then there's been no uprising by the Iranian people whatsoever. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz has been held in a kind of stranglehold by the Iranians in a very powerful way. It has to be conceded, which has caused enormous damage to the global economy. They've basically controlled that strait now for 4 or 5 weeks, and it's caused and none of that appears to have been predicted by the Israelis in their sales pitch to Trump to join them on this war.
Well, so I think you're overstating a number of things.
Bro. These stupid fucking bots that keep appearing in my fucking chat. Fuck off. Jesus Christ.
First off, I mean, you know, the Iranian Navy is gone, right? They're controlling the strait by...
Bro, who cares? They're fucking you up because of the fucking missiles. The main point of the war is because of the missiles. Who gives a shit about the Marines? Who cares? They're putting the dick up your ass still. Like, what the fuck? Like, why do people still have this stupid fucking army? Yeah, we destroyed the whole navy. Who gives a shit? They're fucking you in the ass because of the missiles. That's the main reason. They're good with their missiles.
Threatening to shoot at people, but they don't have any naval forces meaningfully in the area. And the idea,
fucking retard, bro.
They were thinking
you can clearly tell that this guy is a fucking retard. No fucking nothing. You can clearly see that shit, bro.
Card, which is their only trump card. That's the maximum.
But it's a very powerful card, and it's one that the Israelis
they were saying
Yeah, see, this guy is acting as if they're fighting the same war. The United States is fighting a war of military strength. The Iranians are fighting a war of asymmetric disparity, right? So
that guy's a fucking retard, bro.
They're fighting a war of strategic asymmetry. So it doesn't matter that you destroyed the Navy. Israel's not concerned with the fucking Iranian Navy. That was never their concern. Okay,
at all.
Their concern was the ballistic missile program and the proxies is the main concern. All right,
true.
And you can make an argument for the nukes too, but not really. So
no,
I love how this guy's talking about the Navy, and he's probably going to mention the Air Force here in a second. But that's not what makes Iran powerful. Okay, these dudes have boats from like the 1960s, dude. Like, what? Just straight deflection obfuscation of the real issue. The Navy doesn't matter, dude. And neither does the Air Force. That's why Tel Aviv is still getting hit to this day.
Boom, boom, boom.
True.
And it's funny, if the Navy got destroyed as much as you claim, and it matters that much, then why is the Strait of Hormuz still closed? They can never answer that.
True, that is true as well. How if you manage to destroy the whole Navy, how is the Strait of Hormuz still closed? It makes no sense.
Pete Hegseth can't answer that. We destroyed their Navy. Okay, Strait of Hormuz is still closed.
Did not think they had the power, according to the New York
Israelis
Times
might have made a
report.
slight misjudgment on that effect. It's
Sorry,
war.
bro.
I think the Iranians made a much
massive
bigger
misjudgment, isn't
misjudgment
it?
overall when you talk about the complete destruction of their military capability.
This guy
If
is
you
a
take
retard.
away the Strait of Hormuz issue, then you've got overwhelming military dominance by the Americans and Israelis. Yes, the Iranians would have still attacked the neighboring Gulf states, but that would be a military conflict.
They don't bring Gulf states at all. Most of them, I think we're getting to a point where they're actually reaching the limit and they don't want to help anymore. They're actually going to say, get the fuck out of our countries.
Part of it. The fact that the Strait of
That's what I
Hormuz
think
has
is gonna
been
happen.
shut pretty much for 5 weeks, that has been an asymmetric war, which, with the best will in the world, has been wielded very successfully by the Iranians. For
I
whatever
don't think
reason.
so at all. I think that's actually been wielded quite poorly.
They're pushing America by their balls. Yeah, they're giving punches. It's like imagine that America is a person and Iran is another person. America is able to hit them in the face with punches, but Iran is holding their balls. So it's like, continue doing it. You're gonna see, you're gonna burn.
Let me finish my point, Joe, and then
That's
you can
pretty much
speak.
what gonna
2
do.
weeks ago, the
That's pretty much
Iranians
what's
were
gonna
saying,
happen.
we're not going to give up
That's
the
pretty
Strait of
much what's
Hormuz
happening
unless we
when I
get a
get-
permanent peace deal, a permanent commitment to non-aggression and reparations. What are they trading it for as of yesterday? 2-week ceasefire, no promises. They can't even extract a...
And by the way, 2 weeks ceasefire, and your country continue attacking even though there was a ceasefire. So, bro. Bro, there was a 2 weeks ceasefire, and you still continued attacking. Your country decided to continue attacking. You'll come here with this fucking argument. It's fucking retarded.
Not true. Not true. It's a 2-week ceasefire based on a 10-point agreement that they presented, which Trump actually posted on True Social. What is this guy talking about? How can you get on Piers Morgan and not know your what?
commitment from the
This
board,
guy's
get a permanent
stupid,
peace
bro.
deal. 2 weeks ago, the
This
Iranians
guy's
were
just
saying, we're not
fucking...
going to
This
give up the
guy's...
Strait
You
of
can
Hormuz
feel that
unless
he's
we get a
fucking
permanent
retarded,
peace
bro.
deal,
He
a
knows
permanent
nothing.
commitment to non-aggression and reparations. What are they trading it for as of yesterday?
He knows nothing,
2-week
bro.
ceasefire, no promises. They can't even...
Okay, this guy is so full of shit.
This guy is stupid, bro.
Okay, let's go ahead and fact check some of this shit real quick.
Well, the other thing I'm gonna say is this. Bro, you can clearly see that he's a fucking Jew, bro. He knows fucking nothing. Clearly he's a fucking retarded. Jesus Christ.
Here's the 10-point plan, right? An American guarantee of non-aggression. Iran maintains control of the Strait of Hormuz, ending the regional war on all fronts, including Iran's ally Hezbollah and Lebanon. Withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all basic positions in the region. Reparations to Iran for war damages. This is going to be done with them bringing in the $2 million per vessel. Extends Iran's right to nuclear enrichment. Lifting all primary sanctions. Lifting all secondary sanctions. Termination of all resolutions against Iran by the Board of Governors and IAEA. And then termination of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran. That's their 10-point thing. Okay? And this right here is the foreign minister, Aragachi, right? And he goes and he says, hey, in response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif, this is Pakistan, considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations based on his 15-point proposal, as well as the announcement by the President of the United States about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations. How do I know that Trump accepted the 10-point plan? Because he posted on Truth Social.
He
God,
posted.
like what?
Yep.
He posted on his Truth Social. I'm
He
going
literally
directly
posted.
to the source. What the is this guy talking about? This is his Truth Social, his website, his social media platform. What? And this comes from who? Aragachi.
Trump.
So I'm showing you guys.
Yeah,
This comes
Aragachi.
from Aragachi. He posted Aragachi on their
Aragachi.
10-point plan, on the
Yeah.
10-point thing. We are accepting
It's funny.
this by the president's acceptance of
This
the
guy-
general
that
framework
guy
of
is
Iran's
retarded. That
10-point
Jew is
proposal.
retarded.
So
I'm sorry.
what this basically means is
It is very rare to see a retard Jew. Not gonna lie. Usually they're intelligent, but it looks like they're more retarded than ever.
they're going to negotiate, which I don't think I don't think the United States wants to actually negotiate. But again, their ceasefire is going to be based on the negotiation around what? Iran's 10-point plan. And in the 10-point plan, they want non-aggression, nuclear freedom, right? Controlling the Strait of Hormuz, etc. Trump accepted it. Why is this guy lying to you guys? What is this talking about?
This is stupid. This
I got
is
the
fucking
receipts
stupid.
right here, bro. Like, this is crazy.
And then you can speak. 2 weeks ago, the Iranians were saying, we're not going to give up the Strait of Hormuz unless we get a permanent peace deal, a permanent commitment to non-aggression and reparations. What are they trading it for as of yesterday? 2-week ceasefire, no promises. They can't.
No, 2-week ceasefire based upon their 10-point plan that talks about permanent non-aggression, control of the Strait of Hormuz, nuclear program, basically everything that they want, sanctions lifted, etc. The only reason why they even had the ceasefire in the first place is because what? The United States agreed to their 10-point plan.
And guess who didn't? They continue bombing. So, no more deals. Who would have guessed?
Okay? Had the United States not agreed to their 10-point plan, they're not going to come to the table. Okay? Why the would they do a ceasefire when they had the leverage of the Strait of Hormuz control, making money? Yeah, their country's getting bombed to hell. Yeah, that's fine. But they can still attack. They can take the punches because their military infrastructure is underground and they can continue to attack. And they know that if they continue to attack while keeping the Strait of Hormuz hostage, that's it. That's all they need to do. They just need to hang on while the United States needs to completely do a regime change. So the barrier to victory for the Iranians is significantly lower than the barrier to victory for the United States. It's that simple. So
true.
the Iranians have no incentive to have a ceasefire unless there's serious negotiations based on what they're saying. And their 10-point plan is literally a huge W for them. So what does he say? What did they say? We're only entering this ceasefire because you agreed to negotiate from our 10-point plan. How do I know this? Because here is the foreign minister that does the negotiations with Wickoff and Kushner. And what do I have? Oh, here's Donald Trump retweeting it. Yo, I don't want to sound like an ass, whatever, but yo, you guys just gotta watch me when it comes to this war, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Y'all just gotta watch me when it comes to this war. I'm doing the best coverage on the show. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Me and my brother are doing the best coverage. I am the Zionist / nightmare, bro. Okay, I will bake any of these in the debate, bro. That's
really why we react to you, my nigga. You speak the truth and nothing but the truth, and that's what we like. People that are honest, people that actually are here to give us information about the reality of things, so we don't get brainwashed and don't become stupid. Let's go, my nigga.
Is on here lying, y'all. Are you serious? Oh, they gave it up. No, they didn't. They only agreed to this ceasefire because Trump and the U.S. government agreed to do negotiations based on their 10-point plan, which, to be honest with you guys, concedes nothing.
Yep.
It literally concedes nothing.
Can't even extract a commitment from the Israelis to stop fighting Hezbollah. That's how badly they're beaten.
Yeah, and they were going to bomb again because of what the Pakistanis begged them not to. And J.D. Vance said that they're going to restrain the Israelis. They're going to chill out a little bit. You know what? Instead of me talking, let me just show you guys the receipts. Because this guy's just lying to y'all. It's actually nuts how much this guy's lying. But are we surprised?
He said that there are a few points of disagreement before the negotiation. Well, that must mean that there's a lot of points of agreement because there's a 15-point plan floating around. There's a 10-point plan floating.
No one gives a fuck about the 15-point plan. They rejected that and they countered it with the 10-point plan, bro. You guys gave the 15-point plan. They rejected it and then they gave you a 10-point plan and then you guys said you would agree to go based on that.
Bruh.
All right, like
floating around. If he's frustrated about 3 issues, that actually means that there's a lot of agreement. That's point number 1. Point number 2, to respond to each of those issues, and I read it very closely. Let me just say this. I actually wonder how good he is at understanding English, because there are things that he said that frankly didn't make sense in the context of the negotiations that we've had. But to address the 3 points, first of all, he talked about an attack that had allegedly happened on Iran and how that was a violation of the ceasefire. Ceasefire.
That did happen. What? What do you want? That's literally why they stopped the ceasefire. What the fuck?
Always messy. An hour after the president announced the ceasefire, the Iranians launched a bunch of missiles. Then the Israelis responded. Then some of the Gulf Arab states responded. This is the nature of a ceasefire. No ceasefire ever goes without a little bit of choppiness. What we have been very clear about is that we want...
That is true. To be fair, that is true.
To stop the bombing. We want our allies to stop the bombing, and we want the Iranians to do the same thing. We're seeing evidence that things are going in the right direction, but it's going to take a little time. The second thing...
I mean, it was going in the right direction until Israel, for some fucking odd reason, I mean, we wonder why they decided to continue. But they continued the bombing, so Iran decided, you know what, fuck this, we're going to continue again. So, I wonder if they still want to actually fucking negotiate. No, they clearly don't. They clearly want to destroy the whole fucking Iran and control the whole fucking goddamn Middle East.
Said,
But,
which
you know.
again I found fascinating, as he said, we refuse to give up the right to enrichment. And I thought to myself, you know what? My wife has the right to skydive, but she doesn't jump out of an airplane because she and I have an agreement that she's not going to do that because I don't want my wife jumping out of an airplane. We don't really concern ourselves with what they claim they have the right to do. We concern ourselves with what they actually do. And I think the president's been very clear on the enrichment question. Our position on that has not changed.
They're not going to give it up, bro. They're not going to give up
Good
the right
luck.
to enrich uranium. Like, they're not going to do it. Okay.
Good luck, bro.
And it's absolutely crazy to me how they have been a signatory of the NPT. And you're trying to say you can't enrich uranium, but the Israelis do not sign the NPT, have an illegal nuclear program, and we don't out that they can enrich all day. Like, what?
I think the third thing that he said was Lebanon. Okay, and again, I actually think that is a reasonable misunderstanding, but neither us nor the Israelis said that was going to be part of the ceasefire.
It was a part of their 10-point plan.
It's literally part of the fucking deal. Why do you want to doubt?
Ending
It
the
was
regional war on all
literally part
fronts,
of
including
it.
against Iran's.
It was literally fucking part of it. What do you mean? Like, what? They're contradicting themselves again. You agreed with the 10-point deal, and now you're saying it's not part of the deal, which clearly it's right there. It's number 3.
Ally Hezbollah. And once again, do I need proof? Look at Trump putting the 10-point
And
plan
Trump
up, and this
did
comes from the
some
foreign
shit.
minister.
Like, what?
Bro, what is this? Like, do they think the American public is?
Again, we're working with people to try to get through some of these things, but it's really fundamentally we're on the right track. We got a lot more to do. We got a lot more that the Iranians are going to have to accept as part of this negotiation, but I think we've got a strong hand.
It's more like the opposite. It's more like the Israelis and America have to actually accept what they want. It's more like the opposite, but okay.
Thank you all.
You actually don't have a strong hand at all. The
You
only
don't
reason
you
the
have
U.S.
no
is
hands.
even negotiating, and they've been trying to negotiate since the Strait of Hormuz was closed, by the way. Don't let them fool you. They tried with the Italians and it failed. They tried with the Turks and it failed, right? The Pakistanis were able to get through to them. But again, this has not been a negotiation whatsoever. U.S. gave their
You did
15-point
dumb
plan, and they
shit,
said,
and
no,
then
we're
now
going to
they
do this
know.
10-point plan. And the U.S. agreed on those parameters. And the proof is Trump posting it on True Social.
Bruh.
I'm bulletproof on this, bro. I am bulletproof on this. They think you guys are right. And then hold on, let me see here, because he also made a comment. Here we go.
The
Israelis agreed to check themselves.
By the way, they checked. They said they agreed, but they still have. They like. Oh, bro, I just want to say, bro, they are the ones that actually are the devils. Like, I have to say it. They are the fucking devils. Like, they lie, and then they end up doing the opposite. Like, bro.
Understand it. Again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane. Have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful.
Ooh, so which one is it? If the Israelis are checking themselves, that must mean that you know that Lebanon was a part of the deal. See, did he not just say a second ago, like, oh, originally it wasn't a part of the deal? But now he's conceding and saying, well, you know, the Israelis are backing up a little bit so that we can do this deal. Oh.
Makes no
Oh,
sense.
these guys think we're...
They keep contradicting themselves.
They agreed to the ceasefire because they're losing or whatever the fuck. No, they agreed to the ceasefire because they put together a 10-point plan to counter the U.S.'s 15-point plan. And then Trump posted the foreign minister talking about said 10-point plan because they said, so look, it literally says right here, in response to the brotherly request of Prime Minister Sharif in his tweet, and considering the request by the U.S. for negotiations based on his 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by the president of acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, Iran 10-point plan, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's National Security Council, if attacks are against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. And who posted this? Donald Trump himself.
Donald Trump. Bro, you cannot make this shit up, bro. This is only why I love Myron and Riyadh, because they clearly show the fucking, like, it's, bro, they show you the obvious. It's so obvious. They tried to make a fool out of the people, but you can clearly see that they're just stupid. Bro.
So this officially shows that they know about the 10-point plan. And a part of that 10-point plan is what? Ending the attack against their ally in Lebanon, Hezbollah.
True.
And then
Bruh.
even more proof that they knew is that he even admits here that
He
the Israelis
admits.
are agreeing to check themselves. How many lies have we caught here, guys, chat? So this guy, this right here, right, this guy, Chamberlain, whatever the fuck his name is, he's hoping you guys don't watch people like me. He's hoping that you
But
guys
that's
don't know
not how it
better.
works.
He's hoping you guys only watch Fox News. But I am using JD Ward's own words, Trump's own retweets on his own website, as well as the foreign minister's official post. Trump retweeted the foreign minister's post. I mean, what? What? This guy thinks you guys are... It's a insult to all of our intelligence. He's
True.
just lying on here. Oh my
He's
God.
just lying
And yes,
on
this
stuff.
guy's... Of course.
This
He's getting
guy,
that
yeah.
7,000, bro.
I got my
$700.
I don't give a shit about dead kids. I got my
This guy's such a... Here, let me see if I can find him on X. It's like... And he's like said about me before, too. This guy's such a... Yeah, here he is. This guy's a fuck... We're going to explain patiently on to Pierce why Israel gets a pass for not disclosing the nuclear program. Okay, let's see. We'll continue on this debate.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
Joe,
this guy,
he
bro.
called you silly and
I'm going to write a tweet calling out all his lies, bro. Or like, this is actually really annoying how much he lied. And I know why he lied like this. Because the general public is not going to be able to piece together what I just pieced together for you guys. Yo, give me sevens in the
True.
chat right now. If you guys didn't know all
True.
this, and I just pieced that together for you guys. Give me a 7 if you were not aware of the things I just pieced together for you guys. Because I don't expect a lot of people to piece all
I
these
didn't-
different
did
tweets
not-
and
I did
social
not-
posts
I
together
was not
to show
aware
you
as
guys that this
well.
is clearly lying. Insane. Insane. I'm going to have to probably like comment under the shit and show that he's a liar. This and he's so smug about it, like he knows what he's talking about, and he just doesn't. Incredible.
incompetent, I think, earlier. So this is your chance to respond.
Wait, did he make the tweet? Wait a minute. I need to check. I need to check. I need to check first. Wait, guys, wait. What the fuck just happened to my screen? Okay, I guess I'm gonna get another screen. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I'm going to check, guys. Don't worry, don't worry. I just have to. For my own sake, I have to fucking see. Did he end up responding to him? Did he end up responding? Wait. I was about to say, what the fuck just happened right there? Okay, there you go. Did he end up responding to it? I have to see. Why is it not working? What the fuck is this shit? Fucking Twitter, bro. Fucking Twitter's fucking dog shit. It doesn't work, guys. I guess. Wait. Let me check on my phone. My phone should work. Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. Okay, they're not trying to show me the people I'm trying to find right here. Did he tweet it? Did he respond? More like it. What the fuck? Why isn't there... They're not showing the tweets or anything like that. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? This is so dumb. Well, I mean, I guess we have to continue. I cannot check if he actually fucking tweeted and responded to
This
him.
war, the Straits of Hormuz, were
I can't check.
transited by
It's so
anybody
dumb.
trading oil for free.
That's true. Anytime you're fighting to negotiate about how things were before the war, you lost, bruh. Okay? It's that simple.
Post-war, the Iranians are
I'm gonna get some water, guys. I'll come back in a second. Yeah. Wait, my camera froze? God damn it, bro. Turn it off. Turn it back on. There you go. Camera was frozen, I didn't even notice. So yeah, I have a little bit of cake as well. Like my mother made cake, like literally with ingredients and shit. Fucking amazing. Amazing. W cake. But let's continue. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Going to be able to extract a fee. That's one of their negotiating chips they have now.
No, they won't.
Prior to the war, the Ayatollah, the Ayatollah that we was actually at the negotiating table with us. The reason why none of this was taken into account is because the Israelis didn't really care about what would happen to the Straits of Hormuz. They didn't care what would happen to our Gulf allies. Our Gulf allies right now still technically are with us, but the fact that we were unable to provide them with security guarantees lowers our status in the region, potentially could threaten the petrodollar in the region. And so right now we're in a weaker position because we listened to a foreign government that had a different strategic goal in
all facts. They're accepting Chinese yuan right now.
True.
The Iranians are accepting Chinese yuan right now. 2 million Chinese yuan per ship.
Than we did. So it's
for countries, certain countries get charged. Some don't have to pay.
Great that we got the ceasefire. We need to maintain that ceasefire, and we have to actually withhold things from the Israelis, which we can't.
Ceasefire, unfortunately, is not going to be maintained. As you guys know, 50,000+ troops are in the region, which we'll talk about that too. We'll do it after the debate. I'll dig this up on the side.
Can do. The Israelis do have a modern air force, but they rely on us for a lot of the logistics, the refueling, in order to be able to reach into Iran. So we very much are in the driver's seat of what we.
Well, that's not true, Joe. That's just obviously false because we didn't help them with refueling.
Wow, you see how he reacted? He clearly is telling the fucking truth. And he knows, and he's trying so hard to interrupt him so he doesn't continue telling the fucking truth. They all do this, bro. They fucking all do this stupid fucking shit. They all fucking do it. As soon as you tell the fucking truth, they all do this fucking shit, bro. You tell the truth, they don't like the fact that it's the truth, and they're trying to interrupt you, or they're trying to stop you talking. They want to censor you, even though it's so fucking annoying. They all fucking do it. All the fucking Jews goddamn do it. You say the truth, they're scared of it, they know that it's true, so they censor you, they try to stop you from talking or interrupt you. They all fucking do it. All of them.
100% true. They can't reach into, they cannot reach.
Hey, they were shooting from far away, okay? They were shooting from far away, so yes, they had their own refuelers. But, and it's kind of funny how this guy's a special operator, this guy was in the military, served in Iraq, and you got this here who never served in the military trying to tell Joe what it is. The only reason the Israelis were able to actually get into Iran this time, because they didn't go in the 12-day war, was because of U.S. air power.
America.
Yep. Okay? In the 12-day war, they didn't actually fly over to Iran like that. They didn't. They were shooting missiles from far away in Iraqi airspace.
I've actually been in the military, man. I've been part of these operations.
Let's go, bro. It's incredible. Someone that is in the military clearly knows his shit, and this fucking retard that does nothing, knows fuck all, is saying that he's more like he's the one being more correct and he's the one telling the truth over someone that actually knows this shit. It's fucking incredible.
Explain how they did the 12-day war without refueling.
They did refuel, but they used Israeli refueling, which they don't have the same capacity to do, which they don't have the same level of capacity to do as if the United States was supporting them. Yes, they had refuelers, but not as many and not as sophisticated where they can actually fly over Iranian airspace. Okay? And F-35 actually shot down an Iranian plane or jet during this war. Why? Because he had to use U.S. refuelers to even get into Tehran.
True.
Or get in our actual real Iranian airspace.
Right? If we
helped them
were
out.
participating
We
in the
helped them
offensive
out.
operation.
Let him talk, bro. What the fuck?
Well, we helped them out a good. Well, we
helped.
helped them out a good deal with logistics. They can't sustain operations without us. They wouldn't.
Exactly. They don't have
Sure.
enough air refuelers, right?
They don't have enough of anything.
You guys got to remember, yo, look how far it is from Iran, dude. Like, they got to fly over like 4 different countries to even get it close to the airspace. Okay? Israel's right over here, this tiny little country over here. They got to go all the way here, dude. It is not close.
Wouldn't be able
True.
to continue to sustain operations all the way into Iran with.
Amanhã essa roupa vai para lavar.
Sim, eu sei.
Vou para a cama.
Tá bem.
Põe o relógio a despertar para
Eu já
depois-
pus para as 8. Porque tenho que ir buscar uma coisa para o Alisson enquanto ele está lá na obra.
Depois, às 11h tem de estar lá.
Chato.
Conventional military forces in any meaningful way without our support. We have to pull that back. We also have to pull back their ability to go on the offense out.
Are you okay? I'm hearing. Bro, are you fucking okay? I'm hearing you dying right now.
No. If I were to die, I would be more silent.
I love how you was laughing like uncontrollable and like with no control at all, and then out of nowhere, yeah, if I would be dying. Like you switched up so fucking fast.
So they might have the hardware to do it, but they don't have the logistics and the support ecosystem and the structure
True.
to do it. They don't by
They
themselves. They did it during the 12-day war, but a lot of the missiles that they shot were outside of Iranian. Like they were not actually in Iran. They were shooting rockets from Iraq. Okay. Also, they used Azerbaijan airspace too. They did not actually go into Iran for a lot of the strikes during the 12-day war. They did not. They were only able to do that and have that capability when the United States was
America.
involved during this war. I wish Joe would tell them that.
Outside of their borders because it's going to interfere with the peace that we're trying to achieve. Right now, we're paying for their defense, we're paying for the offense, and also in terms of our status in the region and our ability to keep commerce and oil flow going out of the Straits of Hormuz and the Middle East, all of that is being negatively affected by us listening to a foreign government. So we have to put
True.
back in the junior partner role if we're going to accomplish our strategic
Why couldn't you
objectives.
persuade Pete Hegseth?
Speaking fact, right there, bro. We all can see it. We all can fucking see it.
Of any of this?
Because Pete Hegseth is a Zionist. Okay, he's a Zionist, and I'll show you guys what I mean about this. You guys remember this shit?
Not only that, you are a Christian Zionist.
The first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian.
Yeah, it's a bad thing because it makes no sense. Don't support Jesus Christ whatsoever. They
Yep.
reject his divinity. They
True. Jews actually don't like Christians. Zionism, the Zionists actually don't like Christians at all.
look at him as a warlock.
They
Pretty
don't.
much.
They don't.
A sorcerer. Their Talmud says that he's burning in human feces and excrement. Yeah, that's why they're
They don't
actively
like
trying to bring the
Christians.
Antichrist with the temple. I
Yep.
don't
They're
understand
doing
this whole
it.
concept
Yep.
of like Christian Zionism.
It's stupid. You clearly
it
are
completely
not.
contradicts itself.
You
I'm a
can-
Zionist.
A Zionist
Zionism is that the people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history.
Yeah, but not at the cost of displacing another people who also have lived there since the beginning of ancient history.
True.
He forgets to leave that part out of what Zionism is now.
Do you consider yourself
Fuck off, you stupid bot. Get the fuck out of my fucking face. Get the fuck out of my stream, you gay band bitch.
a Christian
Go to the
Zionist?
shadow,
Senator, I
bitch.
support.
Enjoy it.
I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel.
If you really were a Christian, you would not support this fucking shit. I'm sorry, you're no Christian. You're a fucking Zionist Jew piece of shit that clearly wants to make The third temple clearly wants to get the promised land that you so-called, you all deserve, you all the chosen ones, even though you're not at all. I'm sorry, stop. Stop
and
with the bullshit,
existential
bro.
defense and the way
Stop this
America
fucking
comes
bullshit.
alongside them is a great ally.
Thank you. Because
Embarrassing. So yes, this guy is a hardcore Zionist, chat. Okay. So when he says, "Oh, why did you tell Pete Hegseth this?" Are you gonna reason with a nigga like this? That said,
Who's
that's
gonna
literally
reason?
at his confirmation
Yeah.
hearing saying that
Who?
I'm a strong Zionist. Get the f out of here, bro. I got the receipts, chat. I got the f***ing receipts. I got the receipts. You can't reason with someone who is literally at their Senate confirmation to become the Secretary of Defense, aka because now the Secretary of War, and one of their talking points is, "I'm a Zionist."
I'm a
you
Zionist.
can't reason with a nigga like this. I'm
Yep.
doing Joe's work for him because Joe obviously can't say what I'm telling you guys right now. You can't f***ing reason with a guy like this. He was
True, you
confirmed
can't.
on the basis of being a f***ing Zionist. Are you serious? Are you serious? This question from Will Chamberlain? It's like he's forgetting the fact that America's run by
True.
Joe can't tell you guys any of this shit. I will. The reason why Pete Hegseth didn't listen to Joe Kent's very valid concerns on this war is because Pete Hegseth is a Christian Zionist who had to use his Zionist belief system to not just get a job at Fox News, owned by Rupert Murdoch, who's a hardcore Zionist, and his son
Yeah,
is
they're
a
all
best friend,
Zionists.
like best friends with Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, he
They're
also
all
had to
fucking
suck
Zionists.
Zionist to get the job
They're
as he's
all
getting his
fucking
Senate
Zionists,
confirmation
bro.
hearing from another
It's fucking incredible.
senator who also is owned by the Mr.
They're all fucking Jews, bro. They're somehow all
See, I'm
Jews.
connecting all the dots for you guys.
Everything's connected.
Because
bro.
prior to
It's-
being Secretary of Defense, he was a broadcaster at Fox. We all know who runs Fox. Rupert Murdoch, media tycoon. Australian, by the way. Not a Jew, but a hardcore Zionist who supports the West
Israel.
Bank, donates to the West Bank, and his son is good friends with Netanyahu. You guys don't believe me? I got the receipts. I'll pull them up again.
Every single time.
Every single time. Every single night.
Every single hour. Every single day. Every single night. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest
Like, bro.
country and it's every
Bro.
branch and leaf.
Bro. Bruh.
But I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two. It's every single. They all hate you. And it really breaks my heart.
It's so obvious, bro. It's so obvious. Bro, he's right there! Dark family! It's funny, bro. It's so true. Just bro right there, bro. Like, it says it. It literally shows right there. Like bro, everything's connected. Everything's fucking connected, bro. Like this,
See, bro, this is why it's so
bro.
dangerous to me. Because I can connect the dots. Connect the dots. All roads lead back to the every single time, bro.
They
So
all
yes, to
do,
bring
every
everything
time,
back
yeah.
full circle for you guys, the reason why Joe Kent couldn't tell Pete Hegseth this is because Pete Hegseth is owned by the as I think I just demonstrated perfectly just now. But let's see how Joe responds to this, because I know he's not going to just tell you guys what I said. He's never going to say that right? But let's see.
Well, I tried. So
I tried. See, there you go. I tried, but he's not going to talk about why. I tried, but now you guys know why.
And he didn't agree with you, and he has better intelligence than you. You weren't privy to any of this stuff. Like, you just don't know. That's why you're now on the outside doing podcasts instead of inside the administration trying to shape policy.
You say that, but at least he's the fucking truth compared to you lying to everyone in public.
This guy was the #2 at the counterterrorism center, so he literally was seeing everything.
And not only that, it was more than that, yeah.
By your own logic, he knows more than you. If you're gonna go ahead and sit there and say, "Oh well, Pete Hegseth, he had more information than you did, so you're wrong." Okay, well he has more information than you do, so shut the fuck up. This guy was #2 for briefing the president on all the intel.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, who worked directly under Tulsi Gabbard, who Tulsi Gabbard is responsible for briefing the president on all the intel. What are you talking about?
You don't know.
Well, I
You
did my best to
didn't
shape
persuade
it
him.
from the inside. Like, look, man, my letter of resignation has been out there. What's important right now is that we support President Trump in getting this peace deal and making sure it actually sticks.
And here's the other thing too. If Joe Kent had the level of access that he did, and he's telling you, yo, this war's a bad idea, that should tell you something.
Yep.
Because what this Will Chamberlain doesn't understand is that Joe Kent was a tier 1 operator. He worked for the CIA. He was at the CTC working under Tulsi Gabbard. He thinks this war is a bad idea. I trust Joe Kent's opinion way more than this all day. So even if he might not have had as much information as...
It's fucking incredible. Someone that working like in the military, somehow this stupid Jew idiot is saying that he has no fucking good information. He's saying that he's more right than someone that was in the military. It just shows that the Jews are the fucking problem, bro. I'm sorry, you have to say it. You have to fucking say it. This guy that clearly has a lot of fucking knowledge when it comes to military and evaluate the fucking situation, and he himself has said that it's a bad idea to go to war against Iran. Like, you cannot make this fucking up, bro.
Secretary of War, with this trying to say, who's owned by the, by the way, don't forget that. That's why I made sure to show you guys those clips of Hexad being owned by the. I didn't even get into the cringy one where he fucking said, I am a Christian Zionist, and he did a whole speech about it. I can show you guys that too. I didn't want to show y'all that. I just want to show you guys his Senate confirmation so you guys understand that his confirmation as Secretary of Defense, which later becomes Secretary of War, was based on him sucking Jewish. That's why I showed you guys that clip, right? Joe Kent is in a better position to read the intel and know what the fuck is going on, combined with his stellar military experience. Look, I know some of you guys are gonna say, yo, we don't like Joe Kent because he did XYZ, he did, he betrayed the Grippers, whatever. Fine, no problem. You guys can have your issues with him.
What the fuck is going on?
Before, no problem. But what I will say is this: one thing you can't take away from him is he has a incredible resume. You guys know how hard it is to be a tier 1 operator? See, a lot of people have never served in the military, so like they don't understand this. A lot of people have never had a clearance. A lot of people have never worked in law enforcement, and a lot of people have never worked in the intelligence.
What the fuck? What did you say? Did you say something?
I said black screen, but yeah, no, not like your screen, but you know the black square.
Yeah, like that appeared out of nowhere. That's weird.
Community, so like they don't understand, right? Getting these positions very hard, very hard. We can go ahead and criticize them all day as a politician, no problem. But one thing you can't take away
it is a video, by the way.
Patriot, and the guy served the country at the highest level. And me as a government employee.
Okay, there you go. What the fuck was that?
Who also had a clearance. I understand and I respect this. So guess what? Joe Kent's opinion on this conflict is going to matter a lot more and have significantly more credence than this guy, Will Chamberlain, who's a Zionist, who's probably getting paid $7,000.
True. $7,000.
You could, like I said before,
You can
his
kill
political career is completely different from his military career, and we cannot take that away from him. Do not merge the two. You guys can have your grievances with his politics. That's fine. I don't give a shit about that. But his military career, you cannot touch him on that, bro. You can't. I'm sorry. You cannot touch him. Bro was doing all kinds of crazy shit. People can say what they want about the intelligence community and CIA and all this other shit. But literally speaking, like, yo, we're talking about less than 1%, dude. It's almost like controlled. You can make that argument. That's fine. You can make that argument. I'm talking about his military career, bro. Like, what part of his military career do you not understand, you fuck? Yo, it's so obvious to me. Like, I could tell some of you niggas are bro. Like, you guys cannot distinguish me giving him his flowers for his military career and his resume off of his political career. Some of you are literally, it's actually painful. And I know I got veterans in here right now that are also like face palming probably. Incredible. All my vets in the chat, like, you guys get it. Guys that serve this country, guys that are in the military, guys that had a real job in the government, that just don't live on the internet all day. Like you guys get it. Holy
True.
Do you guys not know how hard it is to get selected for Delta? The reason why I respect the military so much is because I know how hard it is to get in. Like, it's not easy to be a SEAL. It's not easy to be a Green Beret. It's not easy to make it through the 75th Regiment of the Army Rangers. It's not easy to most of y'all won't even make it through basic as a Marine, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that, bro. Like, let me be honest here. I'm over here talking about tier 1 operator. Yo, a lot of y'all can't even make it through Army basic, man. Get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up. Like, this is why I get so annoyed with a lot of you niggas. Some of you guys can't even get a clearance. You drink alcohol too much. You got debt. You're a fucking criminal. Like, yo, shut the fuck up, man. Like, yeah, a lot of you niggas can't even pass like a Air Force fitness test, bro. You want to sit here and talk and be like, oh, this guy's a fat. Oh, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. He's got no respect for people that serve this country, bro. It's annoying as fuck. The fuck up, honestly. And I know every single guy in here that served, to put on the fucking uniform or serve this country in any way. You guys know exactly how frustrating this is. I
think I'm gonna go.
So running my.
See you tomorrow.
You're gonna go, my nigga. Okay, bro, go Mimir, because it's important.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just me and you guys.
Mile in 20 minutes.
Let's keep going.
Some literally run 1 mile in 20 minutes. Can't make it through a basic army PT test. You want to sit here and talk about, oh, well, Joe Ken. Shut up, bro. Shut the fuck up. You don't have to like his politics, but you gotta respect his military background and what he did. Being a tier 1 operator is hard. The selection process is brutal. Being a tier 1 operator, tier 2 operator, tier 3 operator. Like, you can't say to these things, bro.
Sourced from within the West Wing. The Israelis were in the driver's seat for all of this. Well, if you read the article, I think it's pretty evident. You know how leaks work.
You see this shit? He's trying to fucking talk normally, and he's always trying to interrupt because he knows he's fucking full of bullshit, and he's actually fucking telling the fucking truth. Bro.
Okay,
it's so obvious.
Well, if you say if you say it wasn't well sourced, well, which part are you contesting?
Oh no, it was well sourced. You guys are just mischaracterizing how much influence had based on what was written in that article.
What?
Which was gave a presentation.
Did you read it?
Yeah, I read it completely. And then after the Israelis
I would
were
ask,
offline,
what did you
right,
what did you read? What did you understand? And what did you
in
read?
which John Ratcliffe and others were talking about, the Israelis are overselling their ability to achieve regime change. That's probably not going to happen. But they said, on what we've thought for a while is when it comes to missiles and when it comes to their ballistic shield and when it comes to their Navy, we have the capability to do that and we should do that. And so the idea that, we didn't get suckered into a regime change war from the outset.
Yes,
American goals did not include their Navy.
Yes,
we have the capability to do that, and we should do that. And so the idea that, we didn't get suckered into a regime change war. From the outset, American goals did not include regime change.
Many years you have asked for America's help.
You literally are. That was the first fucking reason why you did what you did in the first place. You tried to do a regime change. And you all said it worked, but it didn't.
But you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's army.
Yo, how many more receipts do I have to?
You came force America for the regime change war. That's literally what you did. Like what the fuck? There's so many proof of it. What the fuck is this guy saying? That guy's retarded, bro. That guy's fucking retarded. That Jew, bro. It's so
stupid.
Just
lying. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Finish, take over. Freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
He's talking to the Iranian people, by the way.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will
get suckered into a regime change war. From the outset, American goals did not include regime change. From the
so he ended his speech here on February 28th, the day that he started the war, to the Iranian people, telling them to go outside and take over their country. Yo, it is incredible. Like, there's evidence to dispute what he's saying. There's evidence to dispute what he's saying.
That guy's
he's
retarded,
the Iranian people. He's closing his speech because he delivered the speech on February 28th, chat.
That guy, bro.
He finished the speech by telling the Iranian people to rise up and take over their country. That's a regime change, my friend. That is a regime change. So this guy's
stupid. This guy's so fucking stupid.
Donald Trump literally talked about regime change early on. Literally.
Yeah, he did mention that too.
It's the first thing he said.
Regime change. He did say that during speech as well. But I figured I would show you guys the speech because that's literally when we're dropping bombs on him.
Bro, this fucking idiot, bro. He's so stupid, bro. He's so fucking stupid. It makes me laugh.
He said that.
Trump said regime change was an objective of the war. Fact check me on that after. He never did.
You don't think Donald Trump ever mentioned regime change?
We already fact checked him. We showed the speech that he gave the United States the night that they attacked. And what did he say? Iranian people rise up and take over your country. What the fuck does that mean? That's a regime change. What the fuck?
Incorrect.
He's lying to you guys, and it's annoying.
I didn't say that. I said it wasn't a military objective of the war. He said it would be nice to have,
today
but it's not the goal of the war.
He's claiming today he's affected regime change. What are you talking about?
Yeah, seriously, dude. Even though they're...
How do you say that we'll work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what we will be very productive regime change. So what does that tweet says though, bro? It clearly shows us his objective of the tour is regime change. This Jew, I'm sorry, he's fucking stupid.
are lying. It wasn't like a real regime change because they put into power someone that's worse than the dad, but than the Ali Khamenei. Like, bro, this is so delusional. He said, "Oh, we did a regime change."
You didn't.
Let me get this straight.
You
Khamenei, but we got another Khamenei, and you're saying we got a regime change, bro? And he thinks you're as well.
He's affected it. That's
What
because he's
the
basically
fuck,
saying
bro?
we kill all the senior leadership, which we did, by the way, in an unprecedented fashion.
But the regime is still there, you fucking idiots. So what was the point of doing that? Simple, you tried to do a regime change, but it didn't work.
So who's running?
Okay, and who's running now, dude?
The country.
But that doesn't mean it was an original military
who is
objective
running
of the war.
Iran right
Fact check
now?
me on this, man. Like, go look at his original statements.
Answer the question, Jew.
It would be nice to have, but it's not an objective of the war.
Trump changed his goalposts every 10 seconds. That's
True.
been part of
I mean,
the
this
big-
has been remarkably consistent from Hegseth,
He's
Rubio on
not,
down. Go look at the
bro.
public
This guy
statements.
bro. That guy is stupid,
let's
bro.
go to Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, who are both huge Zionists, by the way. Let's listen to what
That
they
guy's
got to say
stupid.
when it comes to regime change. Are you? What?
This
Did they
guy's
say an
retarded.
official objective of Operation Curious regime change?
Why
No.
did America launch a preemptive strike against Iran?
I think I know what it is I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give him clown fucking... I'm gonna edit the shit out of the fucking clip. I'm gonna give him clown fucking clothes. This guy is such a clown.
To essentially prevent them from building up a further ballistic missile capability as a shield behind which they would be able to develop.
Bro, literally pulled the Marco Rubio comment. Oh, yo, bro.
Enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons. Enrich that material. Build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons. And every single time they have turned it down. But why the attack now? Well, what was Iran trying to do? Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles.
Further ballistic missile. To essentially prevent them from building up a further ballistic missile capability as a shield.
Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many.
I got my $7,000.
Like, bro, there's so many fucking... There's so much proof that clearly shows that he's a fucking liar. Piece of shit. That clearly knows nothing. The audacity of lying to everyone. Bro, that guy needs to be cancelled. Bro. It's always them, bro. It's always fucking them. They're trying so hard to make you guys brainwashed, make you guys stupid. But open your fucking eyes, guys. Open your eyes. Open your eyes to the truth. That guy's retarded, bro.
Got him! Got him! How many times have we fact checked this guy and showed that he's lying? How many videos and receipts have I pulled up? This is awful. We gotta clip this. Yo, this is so bad. It's like, you guys know, like, yo, this is like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, you ever like, I don't know if you guys ever boxed before or whatever like that, but like, imagine like sparring with someone, like you're a trained fighter, right? And like this person's like their first time. You know, they're over here like signaling all their punches and coming out all the way out here, right? Versus just throwing a hand from over here, right? You like see everything coming and you're like, are you, what the, like they're telegraphing all their moves. You know, they're about to throw a hug. You know, they're about to throw a straight jab, whatever. And you see it just coming. You're just like, and I hit him right there in the face. And yo, I'm watching this right now and I'm just like, what the and I'm able to instantly pull the receipt for you guys. Like the literally said verbatim, what the Secretary of State said like a week ago. It's like they get their talking points from the White House and the Knesset and they just use that shit. It's insane. It's insane.
Incredible.
How many times have I pulled the receipt for you guys, literally debunking what he's saying with receipts? Then the ballistic missile shield for the nuclear program. Oh, wow, I heard this one before.
Yeah, congrats.
Yo, this is why, like, yo, real talk, man. Like, yo, these Zionists can't fuck with me, man. I don't want to sound like an whatever. I don't want to sound like a jerk. When I tell you guys, like, me and my brother are the best at this shit. We're tapped in. This is our shit. The next dude is gonna get cooked. I'm sorry. I like him, but bro's gonna get cooked. Okay.
Thank you. Come again.
So, yeah, dude. Like, I'm literally pulling up everything for you guys right then and there. Hegseth is owned by the Jew. Check. The shield comment that Marco Rubio said. Check. Oh, the Iranians are doing the ceasefire because they're begging. That's a lie. They agreed to it because of the 10-point plan that they counter with against their 15-point plan. Trump posted it. He literally reposted the foreign minister's tweet. I showed you guys the True Social post. I showed you guys the Twitter post. Then I showed you guys the 10-point plan. Like, bro, like, I don't know, man. This is crazy. This is crazy to me. Like, this guy is insulting everyone's intelligence. This guy, Will Chamberlain. This dude is such
fucking idiot.
And the thing that bothers me, right, is
Piece
I know
of
millions
shit.
of people are going to watch this and they might not know better. They might not know how much he's lying.
Behind
No,
which
that
they would
wasn't
be
the
able to
reason.
develop their
That
nuclear
was
weapons
not the
program.
reason.
Even though Pierce is annoying me, at least he's pushing back against him and like, because here's the thing, Joe Kent is going to be very, very careful about what he says because he doesn't want to get hit with espionage. We just saw that today. So he knows he's under FBI investigation too, by the way. The FBI did open a case against Joe Kent, FYI, for espionage. So he's always going to be a little careful about what he says. So it seems like Piers Morgan now is debating this. But let's see. Let's keep watching.
That was not the reason given by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Go look.
Actually, that is the reason he gave. That actually is the reason, Pierce. So we know more than Pierce too. Pierce is wrong. Okay, that is actually the reason. The ballistic missile shield.
Look it up, man. He said it over and over and over again.
On camera, he said when he was first asked the reason the United States launched a preemptive.
Yes. Okay, he's talking about the first time. Yes. The first time, yes, and then obviously used the ballistic missile shield later on for the nuclear program.
Strike against Iran was because another country, bracket, had indicated they were going to attack Iran. And
yeah, the problem here is that the White House keeps changing the story, right?
Yep.
Like that was a big slip up on Marco Rubio admitting this. This is what he's referring to, chat. And again, I know some of you guys have probably seen this already, but I'll show you guys anyway.
Many Americans.
So that we can go ahead, because this is the more refined answer he gave a week ago. But when the war first started, he slept up.
What's about,
It was Iran. They were.
The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. And in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact,
told you guys. Yo, I don't cap chat. Like,
no,
I don't
so you attacked first.
Within an hour, these niggas were in the back.
So you admitted. So you admitted that you attacked first, and they retaliated 1 hour after, immediately.
Those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher.
Because it was going to go in no matter what. But look what he says this time. Switches it up. Why now, right?
But why the attack now? Well, what was Iran trying to do? Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them, and they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future.
Bro.
This guy, bro. This is why you cannot believe none of them.
It's like, what the f***?
You cannot believe
none of them. They can't keep the story straight.
They cannot have a story.
They can't keep the story straight.
Therefore, the Americans knew there would be attacks against.
So he's talking about the first time they went in. Then this talks about the ballistic shield, which we just showed you guys. The ballistic shield. That's a new talking point from the White House, by the way, chat, for the nuclear program.
And some of their interests in the Middle East, so they got in first. Marco Rubio's
That was the reason for the timing, not the reason for the strike. The strategic reason for the strike, which Rubio explained in that very same press conference. I remember the exact one you're talking about. It's like a gaggle, and I think he's in Congress after having a meeting.
Exactly. Yep.
With people. This is very early in the war. He says the reason for the
so early in the war, they're going to be honest, or they have to be a bit more honest because they don't have as much time to prepare a answer.
Strike is to prevent them from developing their ballistic missile shield further. The reason for the timing, like why today, why February 28th, was the fact that they had this intelligence about the meeting of Ayatollah Khamenei and everybody else, and that was going to go ahead with that under any circumstances. So we should do it now. But I mean, go back and look at that.
Yeah, and that's a problem, dude. That's a problem. Jan3, thank you for the gifted.
I know exactly what press conference.
So this proves Joe Kent right. We need to restrain the Israelis.
True.
Thank you for proving Joe Kent right. That was Joe Kent's original argument. We need to restrain the Israelis. And you just proved that the Israelis are not restrained. Good job,
Yep, you just literally showed everybody and admitted that the Israelis are out of control and they need to be restrained. They knew that all the fucking leaders would be in a specific place in a specific time. How did they know that? Because they're out of control and they know everything. So that's why it's literally the point why they need to be restrained. Yeah. Makes sense.
Joe should be jumping on this and attacking him. Let's see what if he does.
Talking about, and I don't think your memory, you are
okay. Bros people, but he can't kill debates. That's clearly what it is. You know, it is what it is. I get it. You say he's probably thinking in his head like, man, let me get a rifle, man. He's just thinking like, bro, he's just thinking 2, 2, 3, 5, 5, 6. That's what he's thinking about.
Remembering one piece of it, but you're not remembering.
It's a pretty
the whole
significant piece when the Secretary of State of the United States, on record, says that the reason for the preemptive strike by the United States was because was attacking Iran. And then we hear from Antony Blinken, one of his predecessors, that Netanyahu had tried to sell this to both Biden and...
Yep, he did. And I'll tell y'all this, even though Sleepy Joe was always asleep, that was awake when it came to going to war with Iran.
Yeah, he was awake when it came to that. Yeah, that's true.
Even Sleepy Joe was like, this is a bad idea.
This
is a bad idea. Okay? Anthony Blinken, who's a by the way, who went to... So I come to you as a Jew. Okay? A.K. Mordecai.
Of course.
Some of y'all probably didn't know that Anthony Blinken's a by the way, FYI. Our former Secretary of State is a Jew. Okay? Even they said, nah, bro, we ain't going there. This is a bad move. Sleepy Joe was smart enough to know that going to war with Iran is...
Obama, and when they both rejected the opportunity to join him in attacking Iran, guess what? It didn't attack. So it looks like he got third time lucky with Trump, who went along with it. But had Trump said no, I don't think would have attacked.
Well, but then why did they strike in the 12-day war?
The only reason
they did that without American
let's talk about the 12-day war. Let me bring Joe back in this. The 12-day war is fascinating because I distinctly remember, and I'm sure Will remember it differently to me, but I remember Donald Trump at the end of the 12-day war saying that this had put back any aspirations by the Iranians to build a nuclear weapon decades.
And
they're
back, and somehow they're still in war.
That's
so funny.
It was
done.
Gone. And here we are 9 months later having to launch a full-fledged war in Iran because the threat remains apparently not just the same but so imminent that America had to act immediately. Now try and make sense of that for me, Joe.
It makes no sense.
They've always wanted this regime change war, and so they continually use their influence through official channels and then also through their echo chamber in the media to move the red line. They did this with the enrichment issue. President Trump initially said our policy is no nuclear weapons for Iran. The Iranian Supreme Leader agreed. There was a lot of space there for negotiations. There was negotiations that were taking place for several months. Then the pro-Israel lobby basically came in and convinced President Trump that the new red line was zero enrichment. 12-day war happens. Operation Midnight Hammer happens. We take away the ability for them to enrich. The Iranians withhold their proxies. They don't retaliate in any meaningful way. They get right back to the negotiating table. And then we're hearing basically what
Bro, he himself is admitting that they're like, bro, like... If this doesn't prove that what the fuck is going on with the fucking Jews, it's a fucking problem, I don't know what proves anymore. This nigga literally is proving and telling everybody that literally Israel is a fucking problem for everybody.
Just said, oh, now we have to go in and attack Iran because of this ballistic...
Yeah, and they kept changing the... They kept changing the thing. Steve Witkoff was doing this as well.
They really literally kept changing the fucking reason every time.
Switching
they had no reason. They just wanted to attack Iran because they wanted to.
The goalpost.
Missile capability. So the red line moves again every time needs a new justification for the war, and they get the outcome that they want by using their pressure network and their media echo chamber and their official engagements with the U.S. government. They were still worried that we were going to get a deal with the Iranians, and so therefore they went ahead and said, hey, we're going to preemptively go into Iran and attack, and knowing that this attack would be against the regime. Iran's reaction to an attack directly against the regime would be to enact their contingency plan, which would be targeting our bases in the region. So the only actual imminent threat that Iran posed was the attack threat by the Israelis.
So the Israel literally is the problem. He literally just said that Israel is the problem and Israelis are the problem. Like, bro, a military from America that used to work under America for America, bro, literally is saying that they are the fucking problem. How are you not seeing this, bro? How are people not seeing this and saying, actually, it makes sense? How?
against Iran. There was no imminent Iranian threat attack against us.
No, I don't think there was.
Exactly.
For a moment.
Bro.
Will Chamberlain, I mean, as we sit
It's
here
incredible.
today debating...
How dare they have the audacity, these fucking Jews have the audacity to lie to everyone. Mock us. Spit on us. Be disrespectful and think that we are fucking stupid. We are not fucking stupid. We know what the fuck you guys are doing. Pieces of shit.
Regime remains in place. Trump wants to argue
God
it's different
sees
people,
everything.
therefore
He
it's a
sees
new regime.
everything.
But it's the same people. It's the same regime. It's just the faces of...
Minus the 100 senior.
It's a worse regime. It's a worse regime.
It's a lot worse.
Okay, so a few of the leaders have gone, but they've been replaced by others. But they've been replaced by others from the same...
Pierce, know what you're talking about. Tell them that they've been replaced by hardliners, dude. Worse
regime with the same ideology. It would be
worse ideology. They want nukes. This regime
saying
they're probably working towards nukes right now as we speak. Chat
decapitated the Trump regime, but he's replaced by a bunch of people called Trump. It's like it's kind of.
I mean, that's what happened in Venezuela, right? Like, I mean, we
well, in
effectively
Venezuela, the
took out one
regime
person in Venezuela, and now we have a
the regime
cooperative
hasn't
government.
changed in Venezuela.
Yeah, guys, the reason why they call it Operation Rising Lion is because it's one operation. There was always an intent to attack them again. That's why the Israelis still call it Operation Rising Lion on this one.
Venezuela, all was changed is the president got picked up in the middle of the night and put in a New York prison cell. But the regime's continues. His own number 2 is running it. The regime is still there. So I think we should be clear about what regime change means.
There's no regime change.
With my quaint old head on, regime change means you change the regime, not that you just take out a few people on the top of it and they get replaced by other people from the same regime. Secondly, the enriched uranium remains in Iran. None of that has been secured by either the Americans or Israelis.
It hasn't been secured at all.
The Straits of Hormuz remain under the control of the Iranians, which they weren't. It wasn't in control of it before this war started, and it is, despite what you say, they are now charging money. Apparently, they want to charge $1 a barrel. Was the last thing I read, and Trump's all for it because it's going to make everyone rich. So they've got the control of that. They've continued to fire rockets, it seems, at some of their Gulf state neighbors. So I'm looking at this historic victory, and I'm thinking, well, where's the victory? What is the victory?
Bro, even someone in the fucking multi-international media is saying there's no fucking victory. There's none. It's just Israel. That's it. They are the fucking problem. Even him is fucking saying that it makes no sense.
Victory.
There's no strategic victory for the United States whatsoever. None. The Israelis
Even
are benefiting
he's
because for them
admitting
they're
it.
like, okay, well we're hurting their government a bit. We're hurting their. Even for the Israelis, this isn't even that much of a W. That's why the Israelis don't want to end the war. The Israelis know that they're not really getting too much of a strategic victory here either.
Because I don't see it, and forgive me if I take with a pinch of salt this idea
All right,
that
well,
now
let's try this by historical analogy.
Let me finish my point. You can respond. That apparently, we're now supposed to believe that rather like 8-9 months ago, Iran's capability of building a nuclear weapon has been destroyed, like it was 9 months ago.
This reason
why can't
they
they
are...
just pop up again in 9 months? They've still got all the enriched uranium. What's going to stop them? So look, I put it to you that the charge sheet against the claim of historic victory is pretty big.
All right, so I'll deal first with that minor point on the enriched uranium, right? President Trump has said on truth.
Minor.
I mean, in relation to you saying we lost the war, right? So
I didn't say America's lost the war. I'm just.
There's been no wins though.
Oh, that we didn't win.
Claim,
that you didn't think it's a big victory.
I'm disputing the claim to historic victory.
Yeah, not a victory at all.
That guy's a fucking idiot. Yeah, let's continue, bro. Let's continue.
40,000 were killed is absolutely ludicrous. The Iranian people are a very proud people. Okay?
Yes.
You guys don't believe me? Here's more receipts. Look at this.
To show our support to the oppressed people of Palestine and to against Israel.
Bro, they're getting bombed. They're like, that's wrong. Look, bro, they are fucking insane. They're getting fucking bombed and they're like cheering for Iran still. Holy. Look at this. They're all cheering. All cheering. They're insane.
So, as we were doing interviews in the International Quds Day rally, an attack just happened in the building right across the street.
And they're
People
still
are
for
chanting
Iran. They're
slogans.
still for Iran
They're
in
not
Palestine.
afraid.
They
They're
can still see
standing
that.
right there, and they're chanting slogans against the Israeli regime. They're chanting Allahu Akbar and to
Look, America, there's proof right there. There's proof right there. There's no regime change, nigga. There's none. 0%, bro. There's zero. There's zero. You can clearly see, bro. They're cheering as they're getting bombed. I've never seen this before. I've never fucking seen this before.
America.
Okay, why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because I'm trying to explain to you guys not to believe the mainstream media when they tell you that the people are going to rise up and take over their country.
They're not going to rise up.
They're not gonna, bro.
They're not gonna.
All we've done is strengthen their resolve. This war is stupid. It's like I'm the crazy guy here. Like, do I got to be the one to say, yo, this war is a bad idea? Okay. These people are not going to rise up and overtake the government.
Yeah, they're
Some
not.
dumb thing in the chest it's scripted. Bro, shut the up, man. Shut the up, dude. Are you niggas? That's scripted. They bombed the building and they had everybody there at perfect timing so they could look like they're united. You idiot. Bruh, accept the truth. They got bombed, and instead of running away, these niggas said Allahu Akbar, bro. Allahu Akbar! Like, do you not understand these niggas are different timing? Stupid. You idiot. You dumb. Half you niggas are in the Starbucks line. They call your name for your latte. Hey, Tim. Oh God. You'll get surprised when they call your name at Starbucks, man. You dumb. Meanwhile, you over here saying this shit stage. Niggas got bombed, and instead of running, they said God is great. Bro. Allahu Akbar! Like what? I'm not trying to go to war with niggas that get bombed and cheer. I'm good.
Yeah.
That's
cool.
stupid.
That's yeah.
Oh, look, and Max whatever still says, all right, Cook. Steve, bro, you're an idiot. Let me look at your dumb chat history. Let's see. This nigga said they killed 40,000 of their own people and Iranians want a new regime leader. We need to destroy Iran, bring stability in the Middle East because they fought on terrorist proxies. They are an evil regime that are against American values. They killed 40,000 of their own people and Iranians want a new regime leader. Yo!
Let's get this guy. This guy is 100% a Jew. 100%.
An attack
what the fuck?
happened in the
Right, Cook. Steve, bro, you're an idiot. Let me look at your dumb chat. Need to destroy Iran, bring stability in the Middle East because they fought on terrorist proxies. They are an evil regime that are against American values. They killed 40,000 of their own people and Iranians want a new regime leader. Yo! Hey, Max, shit. It's very clear that you don't run your brain because you just gave the most brain dead analysis ever. Do you actually believe the Iranians killed 40,000 of their own people, nigga? Do you actually believe that? Huh? Chad, do I gotta roast this right now and show you some idiot? The 40K thing was a lie? Are we really about to fake this dumb right now and debunk this shit once and for all? All right. About to educate you guys because so many people don't understand this shit. So let's go ahead, man. Hey, Max, you're about to get embarrassed in front of, what, 6,000 to 7,000 people live, you dumb. You're giving all the stupid talking points the Western media gives. So let me go ahead and educate your dumb.
I got my
I'm gonna get everything ready for y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get everything ready for you guys so we can go through this shit real quick. We're gonna debunk this 40,000 bullshit once and for all, dude. I'm getting everything together for you guys real quick because it's amazing to me how people still don't understand this. That was all astroturfed and it was all planned. The 40K thing is a huge fly. So let's see here. So I'm going to show you some stuff, okay? So as you guys know, we're talking here about this 40K lie, right? So what basically the United States and the Western media says is like, oh, they killed 40,000 of their own people, blah, blah. The reality is it wasn't that high, okay? The Iranian government claims 3,000 people were killed. I don't believe that either. The U.S. government tries to say it's 40,000. I don't believe that either. I think it's probably somewhere in the middle. But for them to say that 40,000 were killed is absolutely ludicrous, okay? That's a lot of people, number one. Number two, if they actually killed 40,000 people, there's no way that they wouldn't have risen up, as people claim, and fought back against their government. They didn't.
Yep, they
okay?
didn't.
That is a propaganda lie. How do we know that it's a lie? Because you go ahead and you look at someone like Mike Pompeo on January 2nd, as the protests were starting to heat up. What does he say? Happy New Year's to every Iranian in the streets, also to every agent walking beside them. Bro, what?
That's stupid.
Then Trump admits, okay, and he admitted this 2 days ago, the U.S. sent a lot of guns to arm Iranian protesters who believe the Kurds took them. Oh, it gets better. Also, what ended up happening was when these protests were happening, the United States was smuggling Starlinks into Iran so that the protesters can communicate. Because when the protests were going on, that's why the Iranians shut the internet off. They shut it off so that operatives and the CIA operatives wouldn't be able to communicate with each other, and that actually made the protest subside. If you guys don't believe me, look, we have an oversight committee where this gets admitted. Look at this shit.
Learned through a hearing of a House Oversight Committee in U.S. Congress today that an organization called the National Endowment for Democracy, which is funded by the U.S. government, which exists to promote regime change around the world by sponsoring the so-called civil society groups, media, activists, training, journalists, funding political parties.
Regime change, bruv.
Has now identified Iran as its top target, and its president today was asked about an apparently secret State Department program by the ranking Democratic chair of this House Oversight Committee to smuggle Starlink into Iran, and he declared that the National Endowment for Democracy had already deployed 200 Starlink terminals into Iran.
We've been investing in communication.
Hear it from our own government.
Tools over years that allow.
They literally admitted it. The own government literally admitted
for information to be sent into Iran, even when internet connectivity is blocked. We specifically began supporting the deployment, the operation of about 200 Starlinks early on.
All right, you know what? I'm going to interrupt you. We better not talk about it. Okay, so.
We better not talk about it.
The National Endowment for Democracy president's name is Damon Wilson. We've reported for years on the endowment and their subversive activities around the globe. And now we know how deeply they were involved in these riots. Wilson also took credit for the death tolls and said they're working with their partners who have networks inside Iran to basically increase the official death toll to anywhere between 17,000 and 30,000. This is while Western mainstream media resorts to monarchist sources close to Reza Pahlavi to
completely jacked up the number. Now, the other thing I also want you guys to realize is a lot of this stuff was astroturfed here as well. Look at this. They even admit
that destroying both its government and its economy. The riots were instigated by the as confirmed by Mike Pompeo, who foolishly let the cat out of the bag and further supported by the confessions of rioters who were arrested and interrogated. All of this is yet another attempt to manufacture a pretext for war against Iran, with the ultimate goal of opening its economy to Western corporations and installing a Zionist-aligned puppet regime to secure hegemony in the region.
Like they did with the Shah in the 70s.
Now, if all of this isn't enough for you
or in the 50s, excuse me,
to believe that the were behind this, just listen to media admit it.
So look at this, guys. This guy right here says, I also see the behavior of the protests now. On one hand, I see a lot of boldness. I also see they're very compartmentalized. The material also comes out nicely, which means they receive training. What? Receive training?
Receive training.
Yo, what? There's probably some training here. There's no way this is purely natural on its own.
Interesting.
And that's okay and that's not wrong.
That's okay and that's not wrong.
And therefore there's some guiding hand here.
Oh, you just admitted that they're not normal people.
Don't forget that Iran is a nation of tribes and ethnic groups. Why is that important, guys? Because they could create sectarian violence this way. There's Arabs, Persians, you know, Baluchs, all types of people. From foreigners to Baluchs to Awazis to Arabs and non-Arabs. So there's a very strong link here. So there's a very, very strong link here of intelligence type work.
Bro, they literally admitted in public that they are the ones creating the
But
riots.
ultimately, the Iranian people have to do it. Reported tonight on Channel 14, foreign actors are arming the protesters in Iran with live firearms, which is the reason for hundreds of regime personnel killed. Everyone is free to guess who is behind it. And even Donald Trump admitted it 2 days ago.
Like, bro, there's so much proof. Like, are you kidding me?
Bruh.
Now, in response to this regime...
Now, let's tie this all together. Scott Bessent purposely crashed the Rial, okay, to kick off the chain of events. And I will show you guys this real quick.
They
here.
crushed the Iranian
I got
money.
receipts, not just
So they
talking
have
shit.
Ravaged the Iranian economy. Just listen to Scott Bessent talk about the impact of these sanctions today.
there are treasury sanctions. And if you look at a speech that I gave at the Economic Club of New York last March, I said that I believe the Iranian currency was on the verge of collapse, that if I were an Iranian citizen, I would take my money out. President Trump ordered Treasury and our OFAC division, Office of Foreign Asset Control, to put maximum pressure on Iran.
He literally admitted that they are the ones making sure the economy would crash, that the country would die. They are the ones creating all the riots. They are the ones that are actually trying to make citizens die. Iranian citizens in Iran die. So people can rise up and do government change. So they are the ones who actually created the problem with Israel. They're literally the ones that are admitting that they are the ones that are causing all the fucking problems. Right there. Right there in, like, bro. Cannot make this up.
And it's worked because in December, their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports. And this is why the people took to the street. So this is economic statecraft. No shots fired. Things are moving in a very positive way here.
They're admitting that they're the ones creating the problem. They're literally admitting it.
Do I need more receipts? Now let me go ahead and put this all in a nice bow for you guys so you understand what the happened. I showed you guys all the different pieces of evidence. Now I'm going to put this all in a nice bow. Okay? Now that we're free and we can say what the we want to say, these are lying. So let's go through this line by line. December, Scott Bessent and the Treasury crashed the rial, aka the Iranian dollar. When they crashed the currency, people start to protest in January. Amongst these protests are legitimately angry people that are like, yo, what the hell? The currency's crashing, blah, blah, blah. This created the opportunity for protest agitators, right, to get involved and start problems. These protest agitators were recruited by foreign intelligence services and armed with guns. Not only were they armed with guns, they were armed with Starlinks. Why were they armed with Starlinks and guns? To create havoc and then also to use a Starlink to get internet because the Iranian government shut the internet down. Mike Pompeo, the former Secretary of State and director of the CIA,
admitted
the problems. Was out in the streets with the Iranians.
So the Jews and the Americans are
actually cocktails, the problem. They were bombing mosques. They were killing people. Like that wrestler that they talk about, the 18-year-old wrestler. He killed 2 cops with a machete. Trump mentioned him on his speech yesterday, which is interesting, but he didn't talk about why he got hung. He got hung because he literally tried to do an insurrection and kill 2 cops with a machete. When they tried to activate the Starlinks, the Chinese and the Russians helped the Iranians shut it down. Okay? They jammed them. And we got proof, from you guys can see here, under oath, from the Oversight Committee admitting that they did, in fact, smuggle Starlinks in. So we have Trump admitting they gave them weapons. We have Mike Pompeo admitting Mossad was on the ground. We have Starlinks being smuggled. We have Israeli media admitting that this was an intelligence operation and that these guys were really good at what they were doing and they had to have some kind of guidance. It's like, how much more proof do you need that this entire situation was a AstroTurf? It's a lie. Give me 7.
Well, everything is connected. So who are actually the problem? Americans that are getting brainwashed by the Jews, and the Jews are the actual main problem. Like bro, they want problems with everybody. That's what they fucking want.
Was in the chat if you learned something new there. This was all AstroTurf, chat. All AstroTurf. If anyone ever tells you that they killed 30 or 40,000, that's how you know immediately they're that was a failed coup attempt because they wanted the people to rise up and overthrow the government and they couldn't do it. And I used testimony, the words of our own president, the words of our own Treasury Secretary. I showed you guys receipts and I showed you guys
there's so much proof,
what more proof do you need? I showed you the former director of the CIA and State Department. I didn't make this shit up.
Israel is a problem and that Americans actually admitted causing all these problems with Israel. Like, bro, there's no way you cannot come here and say, oh, they're lying. They killed 30,000. No, they didn't. And they're like, bro, what the fuck?
You guys saw it with their own they say it themselves.
They admitted. Yeah, that's true. They literally admitted by themselves that they are the ones actually causing the problems. On to Riyadh, guys. Again, don't forget to subscribe to Myron Gaines, a very good geopolitical person. Worked in ICE, amazing person. He connects the dots, talks about the truth. Even if it's bad and it's very bad for him, the American image, he still fucking says it. He's someone that is truthful and big trust in him. Again, go subscribe to his channel. Now I'm going to react to Riyadh. Again, don't forget to subscribe to his channel. Amazing channel. Same thing pretty much. He's the brother of Myron. Speaks, even if he has to show that I'm the American is bad, he will still fucking say it. He just tells the truth, connects the points, connects the dots, and shows you the proof why everything's connected. So, yeah.
That the 10-point plan that Iran had proposed
very good.
will be a foundation from which we, the United States and Washington, will work from. And so if Israel is obviously undermining the ceasefire and they're wreaking havoc on Iranian proxies, well then why would they open the strait? But of course, this is the plan. We'll get into some of the speculation.
Yeah, literally, the problem is Israel. Israel, for some reason, has problems with fucking everybody. They are literally the problem. It's fucking incredible. They are the ones causing the problem with everybody. They are the ones. They are legit the ones. And the thing is, people are not buying that bullshit anymore of all the lies you guys are telling. We know that Israel is the fucking problem. We know that shit. And Zionism, we all that, we know. It's like, you cannot come here and have your stupid fucking arguments and lying to everybody still. It's not gonna work anymore. People know. It's over.
And I have, at least I can say,
like,
for these peace talks that will take place tomorrow.
Yeah, do that as well to my YouTube channel, guys. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and if you want to, of course, turn on the notifications, turn them on.
Pakistan, Islamabad to be specific, at around 10 a.m. Eastern time, or 10 a.m. Washington time.
What the fuck? Sorry guys, I just got a notification. Okay, let's keep going.
If I remember correctly,
That's weird.
During the press briefing a couple days ago, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, had said officially that the talks would take place on Saturday at 10 a.m. Before that, we had thought it was Friday, but it seems like the U.S. envoy has now arrived, or they're just arriving now. And the Iranian delegation of Mohammad Gharibaf and Abbas Araghchi, one being the parliament speaker and then Abbas Araghchi being the Minister of Foreign Affairs, have now made it. And there's a photo that just came out. So we're going to see what's going on. We're going to see the 10-point plan that Iran had proposed, the 15-point plan that the United States had always proposed since the end of March, and see if they can meet in the middle. My prediction, unfortunately,
it's not gonna work.
I don't know if they'll be able to meet each other in the middle,
it's not
because
work.
both sides are really making maximalist demands.
And
obviously, Iran wants a guarantee of protection, a guarantee of safety. They don't want some sort of ceasefire. They don't want to walk away from this negotiation and give themselves another 15 days, another 30 days. They'd rather not extend it, because the last time they did that, you know, if you remember correctly, the United States was exercising extreme brinksmanship in the region. We had so many amphibious vessels there at the end, or really the middle of February, until we struck on February 28th, and we were in and out of talks with the Iranian delegation, and our Middle Eastern envoy, being that of Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner, were meeting the Iranian delegation in Oman, and then of course Geneva. And in the midst of these talks, I think we had about 2 or 3 meetings, and then we struck out of nowhere on the 28th of February, really to start the month of March. And now it's been about 40 plus days at technically war, although currently it's a ceasefire. So
not really.
This is a ceasefire that's currently taking place, but we have to get to the next step, which is peace talks. So we've arrived there effectively, and now we have to make peace. The ceasefire is just a pause, right?
Yeah, it's a pause.
So things can resume
really
at any time, and it's likely that things will resume, and we'll get into why in detail,
probably.
but to kind of braze over it, I think things are going to resume because Israel is exacerbating the issue right now quite heavily in Lebanon and now Gaza. If you haven't been paying attention, and this just came out like 10 minutes ago actually, but out of Warfare Analysis and some other credible people on X like Dropsite, I'm seeing that Gaza was just hit pretty hard, harder than it's been hit in the last few weeks during.
So tell me, America, how do you want Iran to actually negotiate with you if stupid fucking Israel keeps attacking in the middle of the negotiations? You're just not gonna get the fucking negotiation. They keep attacking Lebanon and fucking Gaza. They clearly don't care. They clearly want to kill everyone and everything to get what they want. They have legit... what they're doing right now, it's the proof. Like, I'm sorry, but it's literally it's the fucking proof. It's incredible how America doesn't fucking see that shit. Nobody fucking sees it. Like, it's fucking incredible. And when I say nobody, I'm talking about most people don't actually fucking see this shit. It's very fucking sad that you realize that people don't have a way of thinking. They just are brainwashing, they follow orders, and they're retarded. It's fucking incredible.
In this conflict, and of course, I mean, one can make two conclusions from this. This is either Israel trying to undermine the deal and make it difficult 100%. For the United States and Iran to reach some sort of proposal.
Yeah, 100% that's what they're
That's
doing.
what the logical person would think. But this can also be due to the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is being prosecuted in Israel.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
he could potentially lose his leadership, or at least his leadership is under threat. And so maybe this is a move for him to try and extend his leadership duration, try to maintain his power for as long as he can. And so he'll do anything to make sure that Israel is always in a state of emergency to earn himself leadership over the country for as long as he can. Pretty problematic, pretty dangerous, but those are kind of the two theories. I think both are true. I think they're not mutually exclusive. Yeah. I think they both exist simultaneously. So I'm getting different reports from different people. Everybody's got their own speculations as to why Israel's doing what they're doing, but in essence, I mean, of course, they don't want this deal to really happen. Their goal is to topple the Iranian regime. This is Israel's this is Israel's war, and that's in the famous words of Charlie Kirk. I didn't say that. Take it from the biggest Christian Zionist the United States has seen in the last 10 years that had influence over the Zoomer generation or Gen Z. So don't take it from me. Take it from Kirk, the late Kirk, who passed away in September. So I'll read this article here. Iranian delegation arrives at peace talks with Vance en route. So, and of course, the United States has the team of negotiators consisting or comprised of J.D. Vance, Stephen Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner had always met with the Iranians in regards to peace talks, and they're the Middle Eastern envoy. They always meet in places like Qatar, which Israel bombed to try and kill a Hamas official, and they failed. Then Saudi Arabia got really scared and created an alliance with Pakistan, but let me not go off on a tangent. And so that's been the constant Middle Eastern envoy. Obviously, they're not skilled.
The fact they have the audacity to even attack fucking Qatar just shows they don't care about the Middle East at all. They just want to control everything, kill everyone, and get whatever they want. That's really the proof of it, bro. Like...
Et si vous pouviez corriger les tons jaunes dans la vraie vie et pas seulement sur les réseaux?
What the heck was that?
Had always met with the Iranians in regards to peace talks, and they're the Middle Eastern envoy.
What the fuck was that?
They always meet in places like Qatar. Got really scared and created an alliance with Pakistan, but let me not go off on a tangent.
Yeah, but that's true. That's literally true. The fact they had the audacity to even just attack Qatar randomly. It just proves they are the problem, bro. They are the fucking problem, bro.
And so that's been the constant Middle Eastern envoy. Obviously, they're not skilled, right? Because
even by
we still started a war. But there's something that concerns me, and I guess I'll say it. I'll save it for after the article, but I'll tell you guys why I don't think. Obviously, for everything that's front-facing and obvious, right? Why won't this ceasefire actually last, and why are we going to resume war? I mean, you can make 100 different reasons as to why that's likely, but I have a reason I haven't seen anybody actually go into detail about as to why I think there's something different here about bad faith from the United States. And I'll go into what I mean, really. The whole J.D. Vance thing is rubbing me the wrong way, but really the fact that there's been no condemnation from Washington. So I'll explain to you what I mean and why it's rubbing me the wrong way as to the fact that this is probably not going to be long-lived. This will all be for nothing, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
and even if these peace talks tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow morning, take place and they're successful to some degree, and so the United States and Iran can climb to another stage of negotiation, and so that will of course prolong the ceasefire. I don't think that it will last for months. I think that it will resume, and I'll tell you why, but we'll read the article. So of course this reads, the updates of the war, Iranian delegation arrives at peace talks with Vance en route. So this is just a brief overview if you've been under a rock the last few days, but here's the latest. So this is by Tyler Pager. It says, an Iranian delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi arrived in Pakistan's capital for peace talks with the United States, Iranian state media reported on Friday, as the warring governments angled for leverage in the negotiations. Here's actually the photo that just dropped So we have the delegation here. I'm not gonna lie.
They look like chads, bro. Look at these niggas, bro. Bro, look at these chads. Look at this, bro. Sigma, bro. Look at these Sigmas, bro. They don't care. The boss is right there.
Don't call me a jihadi. It's kind of aura.
There's aura right there,
like,
bro.
Don't shoot the messenger, nigga. Okay? These niggas low-key have aura.
Right,
I mean,
there.
could you imagine? You just got out of a fight with the United States and Israel. Two very formidable militaries, one being the strongest in the world by far, stronger than the next 5 combined. And of course, yeah, I know a lot of the military leadership is destroyed, and so Tehran is flattened to the ground in some places. But I mean, the United States had to back out because we weren't actually covering any ground. If you've been paying attention, the F-15 jet that was shot down was actually a failed CIA operation that was going to make the first step available or open the door for a ground invasion. It was an attempt to seize uranium, and then who knew what would follow from that? There's 50,000 troops in the region for a reason. And so you got these niggas just on the tarmac, walking the red carpet, ready to have peace talks. It's kind of aura, all right?
Bro.
So this is Abbas Araghchi. This is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and then this is the Parliament Speaker, Mohammed Gharibaf. And of course, both of them have been very vocal throughout the entirety of this conflict.
Bro, they're chads.
But I ain't gonna lie, this shit tough. This shit is tough. You can't tell me this is not tough.
Yeah.
Come on.
They do.
Come on. It's pretty. That shit hard. Okay. Okay. Because I know I got a lot of patriots in here, and I still have like some MAGA guys who are like, they get so mad when I rip on Trump. They get mad at me and my brother. You know, Alex Jones is actually coming around. We're going to play his reaction to Trump's Truth Social meltdown. By the way, did you see that? Trump went crazy on Truth Social. We'll read it. Don't worry. That's going to be fun. We'll read that.
If I lose control like that.
But I mean, you know, you just got out of a war for 40 days with the United States, and there they are, unfazed. There they are, just walking. Like, you could tell they're about no bullshit, bro. Straight business. Kind of aura. All right. I know I'm done with the glaze, but the IRGC's got aura. Okay, somebody's got to say it. They have aura. That doesn't mean I support them. Anyways, all right. We get distracted so easily, bro. Okay.
Well, they do have a lot of aura. I have to admit, that's true. That is true.
What was I saying? Oh, okay. Lock in. So they arrived in Pakistan, whatever. The U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance was traveling to Islamabad, as were President Trump's special envoy, as you guys know, Stephen Witkoff, and his son-in-law, President's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to represent the White House in the talks. Much is at stake. The war has gone on for almost 6 weeks, killing thousands, devastating Iran and Lebanon, driving up fuel costs, damaging the world economy, and destabilizing the Middle East.
It is what it is.
A return to hostilities could have ramifications for years in the region and affect President Trump's political standing at home ahead of the midterm elections. It already has.
It already happened.
The announcement that the Iranians had arrived came only hours after Mr. Gharibaf, who is one of the key figures overseeing the war, cast doubt on the talks even taking place. So if you guys weren't paying attention, he was posting on X that he's not even sure if he's going to go because of the ongoing strikes in Lebanon from Israel. Again, Israel trying to undermine this peace talk in any way they can, obviously.
Do you see
he demanded the release of...
We finally have a way to bring peace, and they're attacking, making sure they're attacking everything so no agreement comes in. That's what I keep saying, bro. These niggas, these fucking goddamn Jews are the fucking problem, bro.
Unspecified, quote, block assets belonging to Iran before negotiations begin. I'm not really too sure as to what he's referring to there, I'll be honest. It goes on to read, over the last 3 days, the two sides have disagreed about whether the war in Lebanon is covered by the temporary truce announced on Tuesday and whether Iran has honored its promise to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to all ships. Only a small number of ships a day are passing through currently. We reported the other day at around Tuesday or Wednesday, I can't remember what day it was, that only 4 ships had passed through the Strait of Hormuz just after that ceasefire took place on Monday via Trump's Truth Social post at around 7 or 6 p.m. Eastern. And of the 4 ships, they were all dry. None had oil. That's what I was reading in the news. However, now at this point, maybe a couple oil vessels have passed through, which is good news. But again, that's not going to actually remedy the issue. It needs to fully open up. It's a 21-mile passageway. It's very tight. Okay, So it keeps going here. President Trump suggested on social media that Iran was overplaying its hand ahead of the talks. The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than the short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways, he wrote, referring to Iran's continued control of the Strait of Hormuz. Despite a request from Mr. Trump to scale back its assault on Lebanon, Israel on Friday kept up its airstrikes in the southern part of the country, aiming at targets it said were related to Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group.
It literally says they continue attacking in the middle of the negotiations, so they clearly don't want them to be able to come to an agreement. They want America to be part of the war and attacking Iran and completely destroy Iran. That sentence right there literally just proves that Israel is a fucking problem. It's not even America, it's actually fucking Israel. Right there. It just says right there.
The continuing war in Lebanon.
It literally says, despite the request of Mr. Trump to scale back the assault on Lebanon, Israel on Friday kept up the airstrikes in the southern part of the country, aiming the targets that said were related to Hezbollah, which we don't even know, by the way, there's no proof, but still, the Iran-backed militant group. So even though they were negotiating, and not only that, ceasefire, they still attacked. There's the proof right there.
Has exposed.
They are not trying to negotiate with good faith. They are trying to fucking destroy everything. That's what they fucking want.
Significant differences between the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has said all of Israel's goals still have not been met. Yeah, we know that for sure. And Mr. Trump, who appears eager to make a deal with Iran to end the war and its damaging economic fallout. Continues on here to read, Mr. Vance struck an optimistic but cautious tone as he left for the talks in Islamabad. I think things are going to be positive, he told reporters, but he warned that if the Iranians are going to try to play us, then they're going to find out that the negotiating team is not that receptive. All right? Way to say you're going to talk in bad faith.
Yeah.
One priority for Mr. Vance will be the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a vital shipping passage for oil and gas that Iran has in effect blockaded since the war started. Iran's military signaled on Friday that it would maintain control of the passageway, saying in a statement carried out by Iranian state media that it would, quote, not give up our legitimate rights in any way.
Who would have guessed?
So that's a little bit of an overview. Something funny in this article that really strikes me as contradictory is Donald Trump is suggesting that the Iranians don't seem to have, they have no cards, or they don't realize they have no cards.
They have a lot of cards.
They're just extorting the world by blocking this 21-mile passageway responsible for 1/5 of the world's oil, 20%.
So they have a card. It's a good and it's a huge card.
And then JD Vance is also telling the media the biggest crux of this peace talk is the fact that they must open up the Strait of Hormuz. So Trump is like undermining the fact that they're weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz, but this is JD Vance's top priority, dumbass. And the reason why is because they have been economically destroying the United States. I haven't checked crude oil in the last day, but last time I checked it.
Oh yeah. Let me check oil. I forgot to check. Oops. Oil. Oh, charge. It's pretty simple. I need to. Are you sure it's that? Let me. Oh, there you go. There it is. Oh, it went back to 90. Okay, so what did Trump do? April 7th. It went down from 100 to 90. Trump 100% did something to make this price go down. 100%. It's his tactic. He sees the price going too far up. He immediately makes a tweet on Truth Social or a conference, a public conference or some shit, and then he says dumb shit, and then somehow the price goes down. So, but the price is going up, by the way, guys. Like you can clearly tell it's going up. It went up to 28 to 79 cents. So it's gonna continue to go up. Yeah. So they are 100%. 100% Trump did like a live conference or some shit, and that's why the price went down again. But it's, by the way, it went down, but it's still very bad. The fact that it's $90 a barrel, it's still very fucking bad, by the way. You just managed to have, instead of a chaotic situation to a bad situation. So it's still bad.
It was hovering somewhere in the range of $100. And of course, gas prices have shot up and groceries have followed. Things are up in price across the board, really, in the United States. And so the Americans are starting to feel it. Of course, this war has got mainstream coverage from all the big outlets like CNN, Fox News, ABC, and all the others.
But the rest of the world as well.
You know, of course, this is damage control. Trump is trying to undermine the fact that their control of the strait is not remarkable, or it's not something to pay attention to, when it's actually everything to pay attention to.
It is everything.
That's why it's the biggest thing that JD Vance is going to bring up during these peace talks. However, can we get Iran to open up the strait? Because right now it's closed. And right now they're taxing ships if they do pass through. And so it's effectively closed for all intensive purposes. Remember, all of these Gulf countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they export a lot of their oil, not only through pipelines on the land, but through that Strait of Hormuz. About 80% of the Gulf's oil that goes through that ocean, or 80% of the oil that goes through that passageway, belongs to the Gulf. And a lot of countries receive that oil, like countries in Asia and Europe and other places. And so, you know, it does matter. And we're trying to act like it doesn't matter. And this critical passageway, the only binding factor that will determine whether it's open or not is peace in the region. Obviously.
True.
Trump said on Monday during a Truth Social post, and I went live and covered it, he said, we reached an agreement. And he said that Israel and Iran is to agree. And then a statement came out an hour later that they had agreed to the plan or the terms. And Trump said in the Truth Social post, I'll show you in a moment, he said that the 10-point plan that Iran had proposed will be a foundation from which we, the United States and Washington, will work from. And so in that 10-point plan proposed a ceasefire in Lebanon. Iran's militant group, their strongest militant group, that being Hezbollah in south of Lebanon, is present there. And so Israel has been striking the shit out of it after Donald Trump said there will be a ceasefire and we will agree to work from this 10-point plan.
So who's the ones that actually are the problem? Explain to me. I want to know who are actually the problem. I think it's self-explanatory from what you just fucking said that Israel, Zionism, Jews are the actual fucking problem. I'm sorry, that's the proof. Whether you like it or not, I don't give a fuck. That's literally the proof right there. It's the truth.
And so that's kind of arbitrary, right? What does that mean?
It's always them, bro. It's fucking always them. Who would have guessed?
This is what I take from it. Of course, everything in that plan is
fucking
up for debate, and that's why there's going to be peace talks. You would think, though, that the condition that could be met right away is at least stopping strikes in Lebanon, right? Yeah. That's probably the easiest thing to do. Iran may ask for reparations. Iran is probably asking to make money off the Strait of Hormuz. They're probably asking to let go of their nuclear talks, or they don't want to give up their nuclear assets. They don't want to give up their enrichment. They don't want to drop their enrichment. They don't want to give up their missiles program. And so all that is kind of tough for the United States to deal with. And I understand that. I'm being gracious. But one thing that we can nip in the butt right away is the ceasefire. Hey, they want a ceasefire. Okay, we will cease fire. And people can't say, well, Israel's its own entity. The United States and Israel is conjoined in this war.
Yeah, they're together.
You don't see U.S. strike. You don't see Israeli strikes. It's U.S.-Israeli joint strike in Tehran. U.S.-Israeli joint strike in Isfahan. U.S.-Israeli joint strike in Tabriz. All these different places in Iran.
Yeah, they're the proof, bro.
And so we're operating as one entity in this war. And so if Israel is obviously undermining the ceasefire and they're wreaking havoc on Iranian proxies, well, then why would they open the strait?
They are not
but
open.
Of course, this is the plan from Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel. They want to try, and it's two things like I stated earlier. They want to try and sabotage this peace deal. They want to keep economic pressure on the United States because, look, if they can guarantee that Iran will close that strait by attacking Lebanon, they'll attack Lebanon because that puts pressure on Trump to make a decision and resume war. If that's the case, so be it. How do I know that's true? Because of the 40 days that we were at war with Iran, Israel was actually fighting Lebanon. And they've displaced about 1 million people. I'm seeing some reports of 2 million people. And they've killed thousands. But the day of the ceasefire, or the day after, just about 12 hours after, the following morning, they hit them with 100 strikes. The most that Lebanon has seen in one day since the conflict had started, I believe.
Yeah, bro, the Jews are the fucking problem here. You know what? They are very scared of I don't want to say his name, Mr. Mustache Man. But the only thing I'm going to say is this. The Jews are acting like Mr. Mustache Man. You have become the monster that you hate. That's what you all have become. The monsters that you hate. The monster that you hate the most. You have become, all of you have become him. It's disappointing. Instead of showing the example, you somehow managed to become the same as him. Mr. Little Mustache Man that is German and did a lot of shit in World War II. You somehow, Israel, manage all of you to become you managed to become the monster that you hate the most.
And at the same time, of course, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, is answering questions from the press as these strikes are beginning. And so the situation is developing, and she's having a hard time balancing these questions and giving Washington's position. But there's one thing about all of this that's really scaring me, and I'll tell you what, and I'm not trying to do the whole clickbait fearmonger thing, but hear me out here. Donald Trump has never really hesitated historically to at least voice some discontent for what Israel does in the region when he does something against what he says to do. What do I mean by that? When Israel started the 12-day war, Operation Rising Lion, back in the summer, when Israel does things to Gaza after a ceasefire, when they're annexing the West Bank, which are all things that they're doing, typically you'll see the press secretaries, the press in the White House ask JD Vance and Donald Trump about their opinion, and they'll actually voice like a valid concern. They'll say, well, we disagree with that, and we're going to talk to Benjamin Netanyahu, and we're going to talk to Israeli officials and make sure they don't annex the West Bank. That will be our goal. JD Vance had said back in October on the tarmac, I remember this vividly, a press reporter had asked him, hey, what's going on in the West Bank? Israel's trying to annex the West Bank. He said, Israel will not annex the West Bank. That will continue to be our goal. We will honor international law. Donald Trump said the same thing in the Oval Office. And so he said this on film. You can find the video. I know I'm right, so you can go fact check it if you don't believe me. But they've always kind of voiced some shadowy, vague condemnation when Israel does something to undermine us. And I remember during the 12-day war, I believe it was, or something else Israel had did to kind of really poke the bear in the region. Oh, it was when they struck Qatar. Remember when Hamas was going to have peace talks in Qatar, and then Israel struck Doha, Qatar, which is like the most peaceful nation in the region. It's probably Qatar and then Oman. And Israel had bombed Qatar. If you remember this, this was back in, I can't even remember now. My memory is folding on me, but it was not too long ago, just a few months back. And so Donald Trump, I remember on the tarmac, was being asked questions about it. And he said, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know what the hell they think they're doing. And he seemed frustrated. He was angry. And now we work so hard after 40 days of brutal warfare to reach a ceasefire between a country that actually was saying, we're not going to talk to you anymore. Rightfully so, because we stabbed them in the back several times. We somehow reach a ceasefire while both sides are making maximalist demands. Somehow, by the miracle of God, by the grace of God, we make a ceasefire. And Israel bombs Lebanon.
And Israel keeps bombing.
What am I looking for? I'm looking for a condemnation from Washington. And that's what I said last stream. Where the fuck is JD Vance? Where the fuck is Donald Trump? Hey, hello. You're trying to stabilize the global oil market. You're trying to make your administration float with what little potential it has to actually float. It has no potential at this point. Right? Everybody's jumping the ship. Everybody's getting fired. Approval ratings down in the gutter. And you're probably going to lose in November. You got to stop this war, at least for now. And Israel does everything to keep this war going. Can somebody in Washington, a spokesperson, JD Vance, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, can somebody say, hey, we didn't like that? I didn't see much of that. And it needs to come from Trump. Trump's got his phone in his hand, blasting a 500-word Truth Social post at Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, ripping them to shreds. Goes crazy. We're going to react to that. He goes nuclear. But then Israel bombs the shit out of Lebanon and undermines the peace deal that you need more than Iran right now, because they have nothing to lose. You have everything to lose, your presidency. And you don't condemn Israel. To me, that's weird. Because you've done it before when they hit Qatar. So what the fuck is the hesitation for now? Why are you hesitant this time around? To me, it's odd. And that tells me vaguely that I don't know if these talks will be done in bad faith. I'm not going that far. I want to be gracious to the administration and think that they're trying to reach some sort of greater goal. But that also tells me that there's probably a long-term plan to return to this war. So let's say we get our prayers answered tomorrow and the peace talks in Pakistan go smoothly and everything is all fine and dandy. I know, because of the fact that there's been no condemnation for Israeli action to drag us back into this war, that we'll probably enter again. You know? And to me, this ceasefire is just for the United States to recoup. It's just for us to gather our marbles, kind of take a breath, and start from square one. Our interceptor missiles and our interceptor defense system in Israel and all the other Middle Eastern countries in the region, the Gulf countries, are low. They're running low. The stockpile's low. Don't believe what they're saying. Don't believe what Pete Hegseth says. All the intelligence reports say that they're low. And we have less interceptors than Iran has drones and missiles. And the cherry on top to that fact is it's more expensive for us to intercept a missile than it is for Iran to actually shoot a missile. And so with their surface-to-air missile program, their ballistic missile program. And this is obviously, you know, plainly put, a war of attrition. But in its asymmetric character and its aspect, it seems like it's actually starting to make a dent on the United States military. It's
making a lot of damage.
And so now we're strategically saying, oh, we'll make a ceasefire. But really, it looks like we're just recouping. And Israel really needs to recoup because of the fact that their interceptor missile system is really low. We know that because Haifa's been getting hit, and all of Tel Aviv, everywhere around Israel, has been receiving tons of strikes.
Yep.
So this seems like it's kind of just a breather for the United States. And the Iranian delegation probably knows that. I'm actually surprised that they went through and had the talks. I thought that they were just not going to talk anymore. But it seems like they're willing to have one less conversation because of the fact that maybe JD Vance is a part of it.
I mean, after the fact that Israel is still attacking them, I don't think they're gonna actually end up going to have an actual negotiation. I think they're not gonna stop. I think Israel's not gonna stop, and because of them not going to stop, Iran is gonna continue now, 100%, like 100%. Like it's very obvious what's going to happen. I don't think they're gonna end up actually having a negotiation. Because Israel keeps doing the dumb shit they keep doing. And they are the problem. I'm sorry, but they are.
Don't be fooled. JD Vance was the biggest warmonger for the last, 5-6 years. He's been voicing concern about the IRGC. He had no issue with Trump greenlighting them in 2018, making the IRGC a terrorist organization alongside Mike Pompeo. And so, this is to obviously bolster up the optics of JD Vance. That's beyond obvious. Nick did a great job breaking that down. And if you're not able to kind of see at this point, because what the f did he have to do with any sort of Middle Eastern envoy topic before this? He wasn't a part of the talks in Geneva and Oman. It was Jared Kushner and Stephen Witkoff. If JD Vance was so concerned about peace in the Middle East, then he would have been a part of the talks from the beginning, and he would have been heavily involved. He would have had his name and his face written and signed all over it, but it wasn't, because JD Vance was probably not so much against this war until he realized how bad of an idea it was, how bad it's affecting our economy, and how we're effectively losing.
Yep.
And you could say we're not militarily losing. Okay, bro, but we're strategically losing.
We're strategically fucking
and that
losing
matters.
a lot.
Optically, we're losing. Morally, we're losing.
In
every other way, we're losing. And we've lost so much of our power of deterrence. We tried so hard to practice or exercise brinksmanship, which is taking things to the absolute peak right before you get there and scaring the enemy. We tried deterrence, we tried escalation dominance, and Iran just checkmated us every single time.
Never worked.
Every time. We had a military
worked.
presence in the region for a month that was growing and growing and growing. They didn't fold. They were ready. We tried to undermine their protests. They didn't fold. They shut it down. They were ready. They got rid of all the CIA and Mossad assets.
They were ready for fucking everything, bro.
By the way, Iranian media proved that actually happened. That was the plan. Mike Pompeo on X said a Mossad agent walks alongside every single Iranian. So that's proven. That's not a conspiracy, by the way. Okay? And there's other things too. My brother does a really good job of breaking it down. They hit the Gulf countries when we weren't expecting it. They closed the Strait of Hormuz. They grabbed us by the balls. Pause. But that's the only analogy I can think of right now. But they really have the United States in the short stacked shitty position. Which is, you want to keep fighting us, we'll make it long-winded. Maybe you'll win, but we're going to make sure it's painful for you. And we're going to make sure you lose the midterms. That's why the ceasefire exists. It's not because Donald Trump woke up one day and said the Iranian people need freedom, the Iranian people. This is the same guy that was just gloating and boasting about the fact that he's going to liberate the people. The people do not want to be liberated, not from the likes of Israel and the United States, at least.
Yep.
This is the same thing with Operation Iraqi Freedom. George Bush said, I'm going to liberate the people. Look at footage from that invasion. There's footage online on YouTube. There were fathers in the streets crying, saying, you killed my whole family, I hate you, in the face of U.S. Army personnel. Iraqis to this day still hate America. So are we liberating the people, or are we just breeding more heat and more hate from a region that already hates us enough because we serve foreign interests? That being Israel, of course, primarily. So I don't have high hopes for these peace talks. I don't think they're going to go anywhere.
Yeah, they're going nowhere.
I don't think that the IRGC is going to concede. And by the way, what happens when JD Vance says, well, we need the Strait open, and then Iran says, well, Israel's got to stop? Which one's actually likely? If Benjamin Netanyahu knows, and this is the problem now, and this is why going to war was so stupid. I'll tell you why. Because now Benjamin Netanyahu has access to a weapon he may have never actually realized before. And it's capitulated him into senseless violence across the entire region. What is that? It's the fact that he knows with any sort of aggressive attack in the region against Hamas, the Gaza Strip, the Palestinians in the West Bank, Lebanon, which is what they do. That's what Israel does.
Nuke, by the way.
Well, then Iran will just close the Strait of Hormuz until Israel fixes their actions. And what this does, it puts pressure on the United States and our economy. It also makes our NATO partners really upset. France has now joined the cause to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz and broker peace. Pakistan wants to broker peace. Russia wants to broker peace. China came out in a statement explicitly wants to broker peace. By the way, 50% of their oil comes from the Gulf. Only the other 20% of whatever else there is left after that
most of the world
actually
is
comes
with
from
Iran.
That's probably increased now, I understand.
Most of the world is for
but
Iran.
China has something to gain from the Gulf countries not being destroyed, in which if this war continues, they will suffer damage. So, hold on. Oh, is Myron live? Yo, I'm live.
Yeah, no, I'm live right now too, bro. Do you want to jump on Discord?
Yeah, call me.
All right, call you on Discord. All right, bye.
W Myron, let's go. Let's go.
There's more videos direct too. Bro,
I'm talking about.
Don't be
Previously,
stream,
I
bro.
predicted
Don't be
that
fucking stream
these
today.
ceasefire talks, these peace talks would not go anywhere. A lot of people were hopeful because JD Vance was a part of these talks, and so if you haven't been paying attention to the whole Iranian conflict, our Middle Eastern envoy, consisting of Jared Kushner and Stephen Witkoff, were usually the two consistent members that would engage in peace talks with the Iranian officials. The parliament speaker being Mohammad Gharibaf, and then the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is Abbas Araghchi. These four, as well as other members from the United States and Iran side, have engaged in talks for actually the last month and a half now. They were speaking in the middle of February, then the war started, obviously talks halted, and then we resumed talks, and people thought that some sort of change would be introduced because JD Vance is now a part of these talks. However, both sides have rather maximalist demands, and both sides, really Iran primarily, has the right to request certain things that the United States probably wouldn't supply. Now, I believe we released some frozen assets during the talks. That's what I was seeing last night while I was reading the news. But ultimately, they failed. And JD Vance had reported to the U.S. and the press that the talks really didn't get far. There were a couple things that were conceded upon, allegedly, according to Trump's Truth Social post that we'll take a look at in a moment. But ultimately, the biggest ask of the United States was to give up the nuclear enrichment, completely give up their nuclear program. And of course, this is something that could have been feasible maybe 3-4 years ago. But
yeah, that's true. By the way, Obama had was able to create a system. He legit had a system, and Iran was 100% agreeing with it, and we're not making nukes. And Trump and Israel decided to destroy all that shit, and now look where we are.
Kill the leaders of all of the proxy groups located in the Middle East belonging to the IRGC, and then you deem them a terrorist group. and then you bomb their country and you destroy their infrastructure and you threaten to genocide a whole group of people, that being the Iranian people, and then you turn around and you say, hey, can you give up your nukes? They're probably not going to do that. And I had expressed this prior. I said, Iran is going to ask for some things from the United States that I don't think we're going to come to the table on. Now, one of the requests in the 10-point plan that Iran had proposed prior to these talks was for us to control Israel and seize, or really at least stop or pause the bombing in Lebanon. Of course, Israel exacerbated the issue. You see my most recent video. I went into detail about that. They continued to bomb primarily southern Lebanon as well as Beirut. Of course, southern Lebanon is home to the resistance group or the Iranian proxy Hezbollah, and they probably pose the largest threat to Israel in the region aside from the IRGC itself. So, you know, we had these talks on Saturday. Caroline Levitt had reported that it would be Saturday morning, so everybody was eagerly waiting. Both delegations arrived in Islamabad, Pakistan, and of course, to no surprise, there was no real agreement that was made. Now, of course, Trump and J.D. Vance front-facingly may make it seem like there were some things that were agreed upon, but now Trump is flirting with the idea of resuming strikes in Tehran. At least he has not taken that off the table or denied that that's a possible reality in the next few days. Now, he has an interesting plan, and that is to block the Strait of Hormuz. That's what Trump said in his Truth Social post, a long-winded post that I'm not excited to read, but we'll read it for you guys. And there's a couple different things that come to mind as to what his plan is, what the strategy is there.
What the fuck?
So me and my brother will go into that. He's going to come on stream in a moment now. Pause. But, you know, overall, really a demoralizing series of events over this weekend. And I said that prior. I said it in a tweet. What's the point of peace?
Let me see how... Okay, I'm going to tell you guys, probably this is going to be... No, it's not. I'm going to react to both of them. You know what? I'm going to give you guys more content.
Talks of Israel can always just destroy everything.
I'm going to give you all the content, all the update.
Let's say we did make an agreement.
Fucking update.
Well, who's to say Benjamin Netanyahu is not just going to resume strikes on southern Lebanon?
Continue.
Who's to say that he's not going to keep attacking Gaza? Who's to say he's not going to continuously attack settlers? Or attack Palestinians in the West Bank?
We don't fucking do it.
In charge of the settlers. You know, IDF soldiers have no problem telling CNN journalists that our goal is to change the law internationally and locally, and so that we can actually take Palestinian land in the West Bank, which is illegal according to international law, something that Barack Obama had condemned. And so the walls have been caving.
It's illegal, but they want to do it. So who's the actual problem in the middle of this fucking chaos? Again, another, like, bro.
In for Benjamin.
Like, every time, it's always fucking them. It's fucking incredible how are you all the fucking source of the problem for everything? It's always fucking you, bro. Bro, if I see something that is literally causing problems on every single aspect, what would you do? I'm not gonna give you an answer, but I'm gonna give you guys this question. What would you do if you see someone or something giving you problems on every single aspect? What would you fucking do? We all know what we would do. We all know. This is fucking incredible. They're always the source of the fucking problem for everything. It's fucking incredible.
Netanyahu in regards to the ceasefire, and so I'm sure he's super happy. And he said just the other day to the Hebrew media that our mission in Iran is simply not done. Why is it not done? Because aside from the missiles program and aside from the nuclear enrichment, which Iran is not going to concede upon, they ultimately just want regime change. They want a new leader installed, and they killed Khamenei, but they got something worse with his son, Mujtaba Khamenei. And you want to know what's funny? In a statement just about 2 or 3 days ago in the middle of the week, Benjamin Netanyahu had expressed that Iran is now under more violent leadership, more extreme leadership.
Bruh.
But then your method of regime change doesn't work, that being from the air. Just strike the shit out of the country, kill all the leadership, and then now you get a natural organic revolution from the people. Or strike the country from the air, right? Gain air dominance or air superiority, whatever it really is, because who knows at this point, it's arbitrary due to Pete Hegseth's incompetence. But seize air power, kill the leaders, and now you have a more radicalized country.
It's more
and
radical
you have now
now.
created a rally around the flag effect where the people are charged up. And this analogy has been given several times, my brother being the one who came up with it. He said, imagine you're in the US and you've got the left and you've got the right, and regardless of whatever side of the political aisle you're on, a country comes in, kills Donald Trump, kills Marco Rubio, kills Pete Hegseth,
People would be
kills
pissed
all
and
the
actually
leadership of the country,
literally
really,
would come together.
and starts attacking our oil facilities, starts attacking our central infrastructure, starts threatening to genocide us. Regardless of whatever side you were leaning on prior,
Everyone's going to come together.
now it's a union. Now it's all
Yep.
bets are off. That's beyond the pale. The country is now one. It's unified.
Yep.
And that's what we have effectively done in Iran. If there was any argument about secular Persians not liking the government, certainly that actually had weight before the conflict started. But now that we've bombed the country and leveled a lot of Tehran to the ground, not all of it, but we've done a good deal of damage militarily, we've beat them, only militarily. Well, then, of course, everybody who was on the fence about how they felt about this regime now has to take up arms with their own people. Because it's
Yep.
obvious that the United States and Israel doesn't just want regime change. They obviously want to control the Strait of Hormuz. And
Yep.
so if
And
you're
more
an
than that,
Iranian
of course.
citizen, you've been suffering from the economic sanctions posed by the United States for the last almost decade now, actually, since 2018, when Donald Trump tarnished the Iranian nuclear deal, a deal that gave Iran economic relief from the sanctions. We released those sanctions. And so, you look at every single one of these factors, it's quite obvious that the people of Iran are it's not really two-sided,
Yep.
And don't believe the people here at home who tell you, but they're upset, but it's a terrorist regime. You can bet your ass that if you go to Iran, more than half of the people, I'd probably say somewhere in the ballpark of 70 to 80% of the people, are now sick and tired of the United States and Israel. I
Yep.
don't think that's a crazy thing to say.
100%.
So we'll get into everything, but yeah, the peace talks.
And I'm going to give you another fact. Probably it's not just Iran. I think everyone in the world at this point are actually tired of America and Israel. Everyone knows this all the bullshit. Everyone is tired.
Failed,
We can all see
as
this
I
shit.
said. And it's obvious. You got two sides that are not willing to negotiate anything because we've been constantly backstabbing them. So who's going to actually
Yep.
concede? It's actually our right, or really it's our duty to discharge ourselves.
But they're
We're
not
at
gonna do it.
full-fledged war with this country. We started the war. We waged the war. Who are they to give up the Strait of Hormuz? Why would they give up the Strait of Hormuz? Why would they give up their nuclear enrichment? Why would they give up their
They'll
missiles?
never do it.
We started this.
Yep.
Who are we to tell them to give these things up? That have single-handedly been
This is the issue,
responsible
by the way,
for
guys.
keeping them in
Let me clear my
existence.
nose.
They've
So you
survived
guys
for
know.
these 40 days. And now
The
this
small
war
issue.
is going to enter a second stage. This war is going to enter phase 2. And phase 2 is probably going to be a lot more harsh than phase 1. And there's reports, at least U.S. intelligence reports, that China is now going to militarily support Iran and give them even more weapons than they did prior. Now, a lot of U.S. media outlets are denying that China ever gave Iran weapons in the first place. I beg to differ.
They're lying.
But what does this look like in the next couple months? Things could get worse.
It's going to get worse, probably, yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, so I'll kind of bring these guys up to speed. So, guys, real quick, a recap. So, basically, J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner went to Pakistan, Islamabad, Pakistan to be exact, to negotiate with the Iranians, right? In this, as you guys know, there was a 2-week ceasefire that was agreed upon too. The United States has a 15-point plan, and the Iranians have a 10-point plan, right? And basically, they met up and they couldn't meet. They couldn't get into like kind of a middle ground, right? And they negotiated for roughly 21 hours, according to J.D. Vance, and left without a deal in place. And the reason why this is very important is because this means that more than likely the conflict is going to continue.
Yep.
Now, from what the U.S. says, their big red line is the nuclear program, right? But we all kind of know that this nuclear program is a little bit of a ruse.
It's bullshit. It's not even true. Yep.
The Iranians had, since 2015, had agreed to some type of nuclear oversight with their program. But the U.S. is trying to say they can't enrich at all. And the Iranians will say, no, we are never going to give up our ability to enrich. We're never going to, we're going to run a civilian nuclear program. We're never going to give up ability to enrich. Okay. And that is a red line. Like that is under international law, we have the right to do that. Right. So But the U.S. keeps pushing for them to not enrich. And the other thing also that the U.S. has a problem with is the ballistic missile program. Right? They want it to be, the Israelis as well, they want it to only be roughly 300 kilometers, so it can't attack, so they can't attack Israel, which is kind of ridiculous. But in general, both of them are kind of making maximalist demands, right? Iran wants to continue maintaining the strait. They want sanctions lifted, both secondary and first. They want to be able to charge people the toll at the strait. They want to be able to ensure that Israel's not going to attack them, but also not attack Lebanon. That was another big point of contention. The three biggest points of contention, I would say, are probably enriching uranium, and then including Lebanon in the ceasefire, and then the ballistic missile program. Those three things are the three things I think probably were the deal breakers.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at it from Iran's side, like, let's be honest, would you trust the United States at this point? They've attacked you twice while you were doing negotiations.
No.
So, like, at this point, our reckless foreign policy, like, of course they're going to want to get a nuclear weapon, right?
Yep,
of course they're not going to do it with the ballistic missiles.
Probably.
But that's the general gist of it. So, yeah, basically the negotiations failed, but we'll go ahead and let you guys listen to J.D. Vance's situation. But that's how we got here to this to the ceasefire. And it's also important that you guys know that the ceasefire, Trump took the ceasefire, like he posted Aragachi's tweet where he said that, the U.S. has agreed to the agreed to negotiate based off of the 10-point plan. That's very pivotal that you guys know that, because idiots like Will Chamberlain say, "Oh no, well they didn't agree to anything." No, they gave their 15. The U.S. gives Iran their 15-point plan. Iran counters with the 10-point plan, and then Trump posts Aragachi's post talking about the 10-point plan on Truth Social. So obviously people thought, "Oh, okay, so the U.S. is at least considering these 10 points that Iran has brought and is willing to negotiate with these 10 points in mind." Then they kind of walked it back and said, "Oh well, no, we didn't agree to Lebanon Lebanon being involved in the ceasefire. The Israelis don't kind of want to agree to that, blah blah." So there was all this bullshit, as you guys know, in between ceasefires. But that's kind of what occurred prior and what led up to the discussions.
Yeah, absolutely. And one funny thing that I'll say before I actually start J.D. Vance's address of fame, or address of shame, I should say, really, is when Trump had said that the 10-point plan is going to be the foundation from which we will negotiate on, I think that he really screwed things up. I don't know if this has been the theme with Trump, where he's saying things that he shouldn't say. Maybe he shouldn't have said that, because that allowed Iran and Pakistan to weaponize the ceasefire violation against us. Had Trump never said that, then we could always just be like, hey, well, we'd have plausible deniability. Hey, we never said that we're going to work from the 10-point plan. We said that we'll just negotiate. But, since Trump had said that, you saw J.D. Vance answering questions when he was outside Air Force One, and he was like, there's like 3 different 10-point plans, and the one that we agreed to didn't have the ceasefire for Lebanon proposal inside of it. But then Pakistan came out in an official statement, and they said, wait, no, yeah, it did. And the United States actually explicitly said, we'll agree to that. So, Trump is making things really difficult for the envoy, and then J.D. Vance himself as well. But you're completely right, man. It's not going to make a difference whether it's J.D. Vance. It doesn't matter who goes to these talks. If we continuously make maximalist demands and we're not equitable, why would they come to the table? We just started war with them. So anything that was potentially feasible prior to the conflict, like nuclear, ballistic, or I don't know, something even in regards to sanctions, we could have gotten somewhere. But now we just destroyed Tehran for the last 40 days and other provinces in Iran. And so what is there for them to concede on? We have to actually exercise some good faith. We kind of have to, take the hit a little bit, not all the way, and not make at least these crazy demands up front. Like, how is the first negotiation with J.D. Vance going to consist of them completely disarming their nuclear program? They should have just not have wasted their time traveling to Islamabad. Go ahead.
Real quick, I'm going to prove, because we got one retard in the chat and they like when we call this out. Hey, King McCoy, you fucking retard. You said y'all are both wrong. Y'all been crying about the war, saying things y'all have no idea about and been doing all this crying. Okay, King McCoy, go ahead and tell me how me or my brother are wrong, okay? Because it's very clear that you're an orangutan retard. More than likely, probably black, because you want me to talk about Pooh Shiesty as I read through your other chats. So go ahead and tell me how me and my brother are wrong about what's going on with the Middle East, you fucking dumbass. Because quite frankly, I guarantee your monkey ass can't even point Iran on a map. Or Israel. So go ahead and tell me how we're wrong, you stupid fuck. Okay? Because a lot of you niggas like to go ahead and talk shit in the chat or whatever, and then when I call your dumb ass out, you don't got nothing to say. So go ahead, McCoy, on Kick Chat. Tell us how we are wrong. He said, y'all are wrong. Okay, buddy. Go ahead. Kool-Aid Assassin. Tell us how we're wrong. Okay? Otherwise, the Shadow Realm awaits you. And all the other ones that are in the Shadow Realm. You can join them. Right? Your boy Pooh Shicey's already there too. You're about to join him, motherfucker. This fucking idiot, man. So, yo, dudes are so stupid, bro. Like they think they can come in and troll or whatever, and they get called out, and then they have nothing to say. Like, oh, shit. See, his dumbass probably typing right now. Trying to figure that shit out. That's why it's taking him forever. Fucking dumbass. You stupid ass. You type with your elbows out like this and two index fingers like this. That's how you fucking type, you dumbass. You Flintstone fucking retard.
Oh my
Holy
gosh,
shit.
And you know, the sweetest, in regards to that, the sweetest thing is all these Trump shills, like yesterday it's a good buddy of mine. He was telling me in the beginning of this conflict, like, yo, you're wrong. Dude, this war is necessary. And I said, look, bro, I'm not about to argue with you about this because I just IQ mog you to oblivion. I'm not going to waste my breath. You can go watch my videos. And then if you have any disagreement with the things that I'm saying in my like 4 or 5 hour streams, all of my videos, then come back to me. I'm not going to waste my breath. And yesterday he came to me and he was like, yeah, I'm not going to lie, bro. This war actually is hurting the United States more than, like, I want to apologize. I realized I was wrong. I was like, look, nigga. But yeah, anybody can speak for no reason. Like,
that's funny.
Apologize. I realized I was wrong. I was like, look, nigga, I don't fucking speak for no reason. Like, so it was a good feeling. But
that's funny.
Yeah, anybody who's still saying you're wrong, I mean, bro, how much more vindication do we need? I mean,
yeah,
and
look, this is gonna happen.
This is gonna make me seem like a warmonger, I'll be honest, but like when I saw the ceasefire talks didn't work, I just was tweeting like, what the fuck did I say? And then I, retracted the tweet. People need to listen to us, bro. We have not gone one thing wrong. I'd say the only thing is
that is
we've
been
waiting on a ground invasion, and that's well underway.
Everything that they said and predicted came to fruition. It legit just happened. We're
now about to enter the second stage of the war. And if it wasn't going to happen before, now China is allegedly sending weapons to Iran, and they're making it public facing. Trump is condemning them, threatening them. So I don't know what that Xi Jinping meeting is going to look like in May. And, now there's other countries that are going to be directly militarily involved, front facingly. So now this is actually going to turn into more of a regional conflict, like like a fucking Eastern Hemisphere conflict. Like that part of the world is all going to be involved in this conflict.
We're going to become a global fucking problem.
It's
100%.
We're trying to tell people, but you still got what was his name in the chat? Dummies? I forget.
Yeah, his name was McCoy, fucking idiot. Like King McCoy or actually King Retard. But like, yeah, it's just crazy how people don't get it. Like once you actually like know all the facts and everything, there's no way that you can sit there and be like, oh, this war is a good idea. And just so you guys know, the only reason we probably agreed to the ceasefire, and they haven't done the ground invasion yet, is because their plot got foiled to steal the uranium. For those of you that are wondering, right, last week when the F-15 got shot down, it got shot down in the middle of the CIA running a clandestine operation to attack the nuclear facility located in Isfahan. And they had to divert all their resources, right, from the assault into getting this pilot back, or this weapon systems officer. So that is the issue here as to why, we had to kind of abandon ship on that. But I think if had that F-15 not went down, they probably would have proceeded with the ground assault at Isfahan, and then maybe had done the operation with the Marines as well in Karg Island.
It was an entrance. It was to open the door and make it smoother. But I mean, regardless, it foiled. And a lot of people have been saying, and I honestly agree, these ceasefire talks were not for the purpose of ceasefire. It was just for the United States to kind of gather our marbles, take a break, and go in with a different approach. Because there really were no options left besides either a nuclear weapon or ground invasion. And both options are highly unpopular. I don't know if Trump was flirting with the idea when he said a whole civilization will cease to exist, or whatever he said in that Trump's Truth Social post. But threatening to destroy energy infrastructure was highly unpopular, and Trump probably saw the response from people who were prior in his base. Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly. All of these people condemned Trump heavily, and so maybe he thought, okay, I'll do like a little ceasefire recoup, and then we'll figure something else out. Maybe he really was going to hit the energy infrastructure. Maybe it wasn't an empty bluff, and he realized it was a bad idea. I don't know. So, ultimately, I say everything that we're saying right now is just to say we've been on the ball. So the haters are just. And then
also, you guys got to understand that this ceasefire, like really benefits the United States. For the Iranians, them doing a ceasefire doesn't really benefit them because their strategy is to create pain for the world so that people say, oh, let's come to the table. Which the only reason the U.S. came to the table is because there's an enormous amount of pressure across the world for energy.
Yep.
Otherwise, the U.S. would never re-engage. And keep in mind, the U.S. is the ones that asked for a ceasefire early on with the Italians, and the Iranians rejected it. So for the Iranians, they actually have zero incentive to go into a ceasefire, because if they go into a ceasefire or they open up the Strait of Hormuz, that actually benefits the United States. So these people sitting here talking about, ceasefire this, ceasefire that, it's the United States that benefits from this.
Yeah.
Because now Trump is letting the market stabilize a bit before his next move. And that's what this 2-week window gives him, is to allow the markets to kind of recover a bit before, military escalation begins. And then he made this whole blockade thing. But we could definitely go in and talk about what's going on with JD Vance. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to get off YouTube. Guys, I'm getting off YouTube. Come on over to Kick, okay? I'm going to drop the Kick link in here. Or you guys can watch from my brother's channel, but I'm definitely going to get off YouTube right now. So come on over. Okay, and we'll also react to the Dave Smith debate and stuff like that. I'll do it with my brother. We could do it after we cover the Pakistan stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be funny.
Yeah. So, guys, I'm going to end the YouTube stream here. Come on over to Kick Ninjas. Kick.com/MyGainsX. Open up another tab. My bad. Sorry about that.
You're good. Take your time.
Yeah, let me give you guys the link on the YouTube chat. Come on over, guys. Switch on over. Getting off of YouTube.
Here, I'll
makes no sense
while you're switching over. Okay.
You could mute yourself if you need to.
No, there's just two. Trump put out a Truth Social essay attacking the Pope. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. He actually I just saw a video of him attacking the Pope as well, so we can watch that if we have time. And then,
why would he attack the Pope? It's fucking retarded.
Thanks for the super chat. And then Regime Talk says,
what's the reason? I'm very confused.
Yeah, I know. I was muted.
I heard about it and I was like,
sorry,
what is talking about?
The
with
thing
the
is, I
Pope?
switched the scene on OBS and then it's still muted. It's so stupid. Anyways, my fault. I take accountability. Whatever. All right. Yeah, let's watch what JD Vance said. So
okay, guys, come on over to Kick. And there's no ads on Kick, by the way, guys, either. It's better to be on Kick. There's no ads. Better latency. It's honestly better for streaming than YouTube anyway.
Yeah, true.
So come on over, guys, to Kick. I'm ending the YouTube stream now. Come on over. Let's get all you guys over.
Because
2,400, 2,500 you guys watching over there. Come on over to Kick. Or you guys can go check out my brother's link on YouTube as well. To type in Riyadh's report.
Because I talk about the
and then open the tab for both, man. It helps both of us out quite a bit. So I'm ending the YouTube stream here. Come on over, guys. All right, let's get this JD Vance thing going.
Okay. You able to see that?
Let me look here.
Kind of lagged for a second. Should see it though.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. He doesn't sound. He doesn't look happy.
Well, good morning, everybody.
I just got to
behind.
Point this
if you guys
out.
are wondering, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll turn the volume up very briefly here. I got to point this out. Look at both of them, bro. Why are they grinning? Like, what's going on with that?
Because they know that that ceasefire done.
What is this face right here? What is this, yo?
Yeah,
it's
there's
like,
no more
I
ceasefire.
sabotage this shit. So go ahead and deliver the address of shame. Anyways, I thought that was funny, but let's see what he says.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge
so it didn't work. Who would have fucking guessed?
Gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Yes.
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core.
So real quick, how stupid of a demand is that up front?
Stupid.
After you just started a war and killed 3,000 plus people inside of a month. I mean, is that real?
I have so many clips, bro. A clip from me right here, bro. I have so much shit.
Realistic? Is that a reasonable ask? And I understand
that's
the ultimate
that's true.
goal. And I'm not gonna say
you're the one who started all this fucking conflict with Israel, and what you're demanding is fucking outrageous. It's actually fucking outrageous. So imagine you hit me and you're the one demanding shit on top of that. Like, what? Who the fuck you think you are, bro? What the fuck?
Hey, or the JCPOA, we had to figure it out. We beat that to a pulp already, but that is true. But it's like, that's the most upfront facing thing that you're going to tell people. And he's like, we negotiated for 21 hours. I'm not going to talk about everything. He probably doesn't want to talk about everything because he realizes the United States was asking for unrealistic things, which again just points to the fact that
100%.
These talks seem like it was just more for a break than it was to actually reach peace,
Yeah, especially for the United States. For them, for the U.S., like, we needed the break badly because the markets were going crazy. I think right before Trump announced the ceasefire, a barrel of crude was hitting like 120, between 120 and 40, if I'm not mistaken. So they definitely needed that break to kind of.
We're back up, by the way. We're at like 106, if I'm not mistaken.
We're back at 106 now, right? Yeah.
We're above 100. That's for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, and full tank today was $100.
What was that?
Full tank was $100. First time in my life.
Yep.
$100 for a full tank in my car.
$100 for a full tank for a car. Holy shit, bro.
And also, what were you paying before to fill it?
65.
So it's almost doubled.
Almost doubled.
And everybody in your chat and my chat will tell you same thing for them. I fill a full tank of premium and I'm about 18 gallons, so that's why. But even people who are filling regular or mid-grade gas, it probably went from like what was 40 to 60, 70, or 80, depending on where you are. But I'm in Southern Connecticut,
bad
so.
Too.
What?
I said diesel is pretty bad too.
Yeah, it's all bad.
People doing diesel.
It's all bad. When these ceasefire talks failed and he delivered this address, right away oil shot back up.
Sorry, guys, I accidentally moved my mic.
Yeah. And I mean, that makes sense. Like I said, I think this was more of a tactical retreat from the Trump administration to kind of regain a bit of composure, let the markets recover a little bit. Once the markets recover, then they're able to go ahead and figure out that, hey, how can we move from here? Because I do think that they were. I think Trump was putting all his eggs in the basket of this Isfahan assault, and it failed. And he said, "All right, now I got to go back to the drawing board, but I need time to, draw something else up." And when that thing got foiled with the F-15 shoot down, even though they were able to reframe it, make it look like a heroic, rescue, etc., that absolutely destroyed that operation that they were trying to do. Which me and my brother have explained this already, guys. But long story short, CIA was setting up to do an operation to steal the uranium that was at Isfahan. That is why we saw, MC-130s, Little Birds, all these aircraft that have almost nothing to do with a rescue mission, rather more of a role to do with assaulting somewhere and bringing in staff and equipment, as well as we saw a military idea of a female that has a nuclear skill set, just so to speak. So more than likely, special forces, Delta operators, etc., were all there staging a forward base to assault this nuclear facility. And that's when F-15 flight went down. And that's why the weapons system officer that went down was a colonel. More than likely, he was attached to this CIA operation, and they got shot down, and they could not risk letting him go. That's why the CIA was so heavily involved in getting him back, if you guys remember. The CIA was pretty much the lead on this operation and rescuing the guy. And they utilized all these unorthodox aircraft to do it. So that's the telltale sign that, the goal wasn't to rescue. They weren't there originally to rescue him. They were there to do an assault first.
Yeah.
And it failed. So this is what led Trump to doing this 2-week ceasefire, because, again, for the Iranians, there's no benefit to them doing the ceasefire. Their entire strategy in this war is to create as much economic pain for everybody on Earth so that they come to the table, kind of like the United States did, and they're more favorable to negotiations. But in this case, I don't think the U.S. cares about negotiations. Rather,
they
they want the markets to recover to a bit, reassess, then come back and attack again.
They don't care. Yeah. They don't care.
Because when we announced that we were going to visit Islamabad on Saturday, oil was sitting at like 94. I think at its lowest, I was paying attention around 94 or 96. It was kind of jumping to those 2 price points. And then right when it failed, it shot back up. So again, like you said, yeah, this is a tactical recovery. This is one of Trump's many ways of weaponizing his Truth Social to control the oil prices as well as the stock market. And, you know, it's a temporary bandage for a long-term issue. And we're just probably going to have to go straight through the issue, which means getting a ground invasion, starting the war, and effectuating our goals, which is regime change or at least seizing the uranium, which is going to be very difficult, right? But starting it, look, if this administration wants to do it, they better just start now, because the sooner they start, the sooner it will presumably finish. We're trying to go around every single way and step around it, but at this point, Iran has shown they have mosaic defense, and they're kind of ready for every single trick that we have up our sleeve, and nothing is working. And now, you know, Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he said, and we'll play the Vance video after this, but he said in a statement after the talks failed, he said the United States was making ridiculous maximalist demands outside of the actual nuclear issue. And so that was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah. And
so the nuclear just
Yeah, he said there were other things that were ridiculous that they were asking for as well, which makes sense, right? I mean, if we're going to ask for the nuclear, we might as well just say, hey, the missiles too while you're at it. Because the missiles is Netanyahu's main concern. That's Israel's main concern. At least it was since June, you know? So there was probably some of that element
the nuclear, there as well. Understand, guys, that the real reason is the ballistic missile program is the biggest threat. It's just that the United States can't threaten that. The United States can't justify using that because those ballistic missiles can't hit the United States. So it's going to be very difficult for them to sell their ballistic missile program is a danger. People are going to say, well, how is it a danger if it can't even hit the United States? So they need to use the nuclear angle because number one, it sounds better politically. Number two, it creates this aura of like, yo, the entire world is at risk if these guys get nuclear weapons. That's why they have to constantly demonize the government. But if they were to say, oh yeah, we're going after them because of the ballistic missile program or their proxies, right, which is Israel's two chief things, you know, people could push back and be like, well, who cares? The Hezbollah is not in America. Why do we care? And then why the missiles can't reach us? So what are we doing here? That's why Trump has to keep using the nuclear angle to justify this conflict. But we could keep going on here because I'm interested to see what Araghchi says after this.
Core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will?
Wait, you just said, I mean, so you're saying they're destroyed, so why the fuck are you still going to war if they're destroyed? And you're still using the same excuse that they have nuclear weapons even though everything's destroyed. It just makes no sense.
For the Iranians, not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term. We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will. Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal.
Good faith.
We did that. And unfortunately, we were able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look,
just so you guys know, Trump was at UFC while these niggas were negotiating.
So he's lying.
Yo, this nigga Trump,
Rubio, correct? I believe Rubio was there as well.
Him and Rubio were watching UFC, bro, while these niggas were in Pakistan trying to negotiate this shit. FYI,
so they're lying.
You gotta love it. That's MAGA for you.
They're lying.
Like, dude, like, look, okay, I get it, because, like, let me be charitable here. You can make the argument, yo, the supreme leader's not there, so why should Trump be there? It needs to be equal facing, right? But, bruh, like, let's be honest. Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State, like, this is his job. He should have been doing these he should have been doing the talks from the beginning. Witkoff and Kushner are basically special envoys. And just so you guys know, special envoys basically are like the president, like giving you the blessing that you can do something for them, right? It's not like an official position where you have to get confirmation by the Senate. It's like an informal position. Like, what's his name? Like, who's the other guy? The border czar. Tom Homan, for example, like he's border czar. That's an informal position that the president can kind of give you where you don't have to go through Senate confirmation, right? So that's essentially what Witkoff and Jared Kushner are. They got, you know, appointed here, especially by the president. It's actually kind of a way to get around going through a Senate confirmation, because at Senate confirmation, obviously they could grill you, make you look crazy, ask you a bunch of questions while you're under oath. This is what they did to Pete Hegseth. This is what they did to Kash Patel. This is what they did to Pam Bondi, to Kristi Noem. They really beat up Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth pretty badly on the thing. They also went at RFK Jr. also got beat up pretty badly.
Yeah, he did.
So, you know, on his beliefs.
Anybody inside of the cabinet, you know, if you're a part of the Trump cabinet, you're going to get grilled really hard. And Tulsi Gabbard as well, all of them. But and that's, you know, it's just a sinking ship at this point. But you know, you can make the argument. You're totally right. You can make the argument. Maybe he wants to show public face, you know, strength and pride, and the fact that the United States is in a good position. He's there at the UFC event, not a care in the world. But you know, Trump is probably the most stressed he's ever been. He started an issue that's just very difficult to fix, and we can't put out the fire. We just tried to
cause a problem, and he's at the new UFC event.
And we tried something new with JD Vance, right? And still didn't go anywhere. And it's not because of who's there, whether it's JD Vance or Stephen Witkoff. Our demands are just not going to be met. And now Iran is charged up. They're pretty confident. I mean, they just withstood U.S. attacks for 40 days. Sure, they got a lot of damage, but they made sure that we felt every single moment of it. You know, with the Strait of Hormuz, with the Gulf countries and everything else in between, as well as Israel. You know, Israel is a factor as well. And that's something that concerns Trump. So it's not just the U.S. and the economic market, but he's got all these other vantage points that he has to delegate safety to.
True.
Absolutely.
We were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
Where does this lead the Strait of Hormuz? Did you going back to Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Yeah, he stepped all around the Strait of Hormuz question, though. He was not ready to answer that shit.
No, of course.
And I mean, we'll find out why right now. I'll go ahead and pull up Trump's Truth Social post. But
here we go. It's time for the last video of the reaction of the stream, guys. It's been a long one. A good long one, though. A very good. I really enjoyed today's stream. Really
talking about. So this is a map of the Middle East here. Okay, just take a quick look. All right. So obviously, for all the people who are completely clueless, that's the geography, which are many Americans. So I'll just kind of start from the beginning and assume everybody knows nothing here. You got the Strait of Hormuz. It's right here. Okay, outside of the Strait of Hormuz to the east is the Gulf of Oman, and then right here is the Persian Gulf. Within this entire within this entire body of water, borders almost all of Iran. That being the Persian Gulf. It belongs to Iran. Obviously, on the opposing side, you have Kuwait, you have Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Dubai, everything inside of the UAE. But the problem is they don't have any sort of military capability, so the United States better not expect any sort of significant defense from them. So this is where U.S. Marines are probably going to have to enter in some sort of capacity in order to either...
How the fuck are they supposed to enter this area where the full fucking Iran has control on? How? I would love to know.
Make something happen with the Strait of Hormuz, or better yet, effectuate their plan of getting into these nuclear sites and removing the uranium. Now, whether that happens from the top with what we call special forces or special ops operations, like Ryan Dawson was mentioning, and we go into these specific nuclear facilities and disarm them, that'll prove difficult. Or we can go for Karg Island. Karg Island is an island about 16 miles off of the coast of Iran, and it has been a center point for Iranian oil creation, oil infrastructure, oil refining, as well as military creation, military infrastructure, and everything like that, their developments. We could try and attack this island. This is 300 miles northwest of what is the Strait of Hormuz, which is the passageway that Iran has blockaded, which has caused global oil markets to skyrocket. However, this island is militarily fortified to death. Why is it militarily fortified to death? Because Saddam Hussein tried the same thing in the 80s. He tried to attack this island, as well as the fact that Iran knows this island is a sitting duck for attack. So not only do they have this island fortified militarily with a bunch of potential air presence, but really and most importantly, people on the ground presenting presence, but all of the oil infrastructure that's key to this part is also likely underground. The same thing that's the case in Tehran, okay? Couple that in with the fact that you've got on the coastline of Iran, just 16 miles away, by the way, trucks that have missile carriers in the back of them, riding up and down along the coastline, some of them coming from underground, some missile launching platforms being underground in unidentified areas that U.S. intelligence is not privy to. You've got all these moving pieces, and the fact that Marines may potentially invade this island, it's a suicide mission effectively. So hopefully that's not the plan. There has been some circulation that
if they're gonna do that, that's stupid. They have to go through the whole Strait of Hormuz that is connected to Iranian borders. We're gonna get fucked just by trying to get there. And as you get there, this island is gonna fuck you up.
That's
like,
the
bro, this
kind of idea
so
with Donald Trump.
sad.
That's what he wants to do. Here, I'll get the full map for you guys. I don't know why I had that poverty map up. But yeah, that's Karg Island. Again, 300 miles west, or really northwest, of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, where the U.S. military assets are, that's kind of a blurred line. We don't know where these Marine troops are. There's about 50,000 of them, USS Tripoli being our most capable amphibious assault vessel present in the region currently, probably hanging out somewhere in the Gulf of Oman. I don't know if they're inside of the Persian Gulf just yet. I've seen some reports, but I don't know if I believe that, because you best bet your ass if Iran can launch nukes all the way to Israel, which is right here, okay? This is Iran, okay? And this is Israel. If they can send missiles all the way to Israel, it ain't gonna be no problem for them to hit any sort of amphibious assault vessel belonging to the U.S. military within this Gulf or within this Persian Gulf here. Gulf of Oman, Persian Gulf, or inside of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, not only that, they have the missiles program, but they also have their drones, which are even cheaper. They have a larger amount of them, and they can make them on demand very quickly. And they're building several of them underground, coupled in with the fact that they're also probably resupplying their missiles. So it's just a shitty situation top to bottom, long and short of it. No matter how you slice or dice it,
I don't think
it's terrible from any angle. And as I've said earlier, it's going to be a lot harder for the United States to go in to a region they're not familiar with and secure and reopen it versus Iran just disrupting it. It's on their coastline. It's on their coastline. Them just being here is enough of a disruption. Them making threats, whether they're empty or they're fulfilled, is enough of a disruption. When they actually send drones into the strait, yeah, of course. That's why you better top off on gas now and salvage what you have left, because I'm sure it's probably going to continue to go up. Now, here's the moving piece that no one's talking about that I think will be introduced in the next couple weeks. This is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, okay? This belongs to Yemen, and what I believe is on the other side is Djibouti. I didn't even look. Let's zoom out and see if I'm right. Okay, Djibouti and then Eritrea. Okay? Within this strait, which is very tight, is the control of the Houthis at any time they elect. They previously went into the Red Sea and disrupted oil shipments during the Gaza conflict. Any sort of oil that was passing through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait or through the Red Sea could have been disrupted by the Houthis, which again shocks global oil price. By the way, global oil price and stock prices always jump just from the simple threat of conflict happening in these waters versus it actually happening. Now we're talking 120 at the minimum for Brent crude, no doubt. This strait, which, by the way, if you don't know where it is in reference to the Strait of Hormuz, it's right around this loop, westward, okay? So you come down through the Gulf of Oman, through the Arabian Sea, and you make it through the Strait, to the Red Sea, and then the Suez Canal, okay? And then you get to, where's that? Europe. Who supplies the most oil to Europe? Well, it's these Gulf countries here. 20% of the world's oil passes through, 80% that belonging to the Gulf. And so these Gulf countries can't get their oil to Europe. And guess what? If it makes it through the Strait of Hormuz, let's say the U.S. Marines get into the Strait of Hormuz, they open it up, all the ships pass through. You don't think the Houthis are going to mobilize and start around here too?
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
They're going to fuck the other fuckers, right?
The Houthis have not really entered the conflict in a full scale yet. Probably because they're waiting with this trump card up their sleeve to only disrupt this passageway once this one becomes open. Why would they close both of them at the same time? You've already effectively done most of the job by closing this one, because all the oil will be stuck here, and it's going to pass through at a very slow rate, not quick enough to keep up with the demand of Asia and, of course, Europe. So if they if they open this, that being the Marines, then the Houthis could very likely start fucking around here.
Yep.
If they do, then it's going to make everything we've done here in vain, because they've got to pass this way. What do you think? They're going to go around the entire Arabian Sea all the way into the Atlantic Ocean? No, That's why the Suez Canal was created. Okay? That's why it was created. It's a man-made passageway. And it was made, so look how skinny it is. Okay, this is the Suez Canal. And this is a man-made passageway that made global export, especially oil, way easier and way faster for the European countries. Because previously they had to go all the way around the Atlantic into the Indian and then back into the Middle East. But now, because of this man-made passageway, they can pass through very easily through Egypt, get into the Red Sea, and quickly find themselves in the Persian Gulf. Okay, the Yemeni Houthis, right, Ansar Allah, whoever you want to call them or whatever you want to call them, they're a part of the axis of resistance belonging to Iran. Once they lose their fortified forces here that are disrupting the strait,
they're gonna probably
I can guarantee you the Houthis will mobilize and shut this one down. And who knows if we have the military capability to stretch wide and thin across Yemen. And if we get into a war with Yemen, that's a second conflict, as well as the fact that these Gulf countries may start fighting against Yemen as well. Remember, Saudi Arabia has been bombing the crap out of Yemen ever since 2018. MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, was the largest borrower of weapons from the United States in 2018. And he used these weapons to bomb the shit out of Yemen and remove any Houthi presence, because this is an axis of resistance proxy that exists on his border of Saudi Arabia, and he's worried about them being there. So he wanted to eradicate their presence, and he teamed up with the central government of Yemen to do so. The UAE also joined him in this endeavor back in 2018, although the UAE branched off and started supporting fractured groups in the south. And so that's why the UAE and Saudi Arabia, if you've been paying attention economically and diplomatically, have not gotten along in the last 3 or 4 years. It's because of the whole Yemen situation, as well as the fact that the UAE closely allied or aligned themselves with Israel more than Saudi Arabia has, but that's a whole different story. And so who's to say that the UAE and Saudi Arabia won't continue or pursue their war again against the Houthis to help out the Americans? Remember, MBS and Mohammed bin Zayed, both being the kings of either opposing nation, Saudi Arabia and UAE, said we're joining this war to help open up the strait because we can't push oil, which is our main driving factor of economic growth. If they open up this strait and then the Bab el-Mandab Strait is reclosed by the same group that they were both fighting before, who's to say they won't return war or return fire against them and resume that forever war that was never going to finish in order to open up that strait? They're already familiar with the land. They already know how to bomb them. They might start that again. This is all pointing towards another world war. You know?
Pretty much.
Because if they get involved, Europe's not getting their oil. Asia's not getting their oil. They depend so much more on the Gulf countries for oil than we do. What's going to happen? Are these countries going to get involved militarily? Or are they going to do diplomacy with Iran? Iran's going to make money off of exporting oil through the Strait of Hormuz. You know, situation. Do you see how getting involved in this conflict opened up so many more issues that never existed before?
More
this
issues,
is what we say this is what we mean when we say this war is a bad idea. Oh, it doesn't serve American interests, and that no, it will destroy the world. It can genuinely destroy the world. And by the way, the Strait of Hormuz, just to bring the Mac back up again, is probably a target or a potential asset for Israel in the future. I mean, hello, they want to destroy Tehran. They want to destroy Iran, this big country here, mountainous country, rough terrain. If you ever look at a topographical map of Iran, it's straight mountains, okay? Here, actually, if I click on Iran, if I click on Tehran, you can see the mountainous range in the back.
But that's
I mean,
a lot of
snow
mountains
at the top of some of these mountains.
Bro,
and so we saw our
luck,
soldiers and U.S. personnel struggle previously in Iraq because of a similar landscape. Well, Iran is even worse, and it's 4 times the size of Iraq. Okay, but what is Israel's goal? Obviously, it's to overthrow the IRGC, the last standing leg against Israel, the last opposition to Israel, the head of the axis of resistance. The axis of resistance is Iranian proxies that exist here in southern Lebanon. Okay, and this is where Israel is, and then also exists kind of in the Gaza Strip. That's Hamas, but they don't have much military capability anymore. And then, of course, down here at the bottom of the Gulf, the Houthis in Yemen. Now, if Israel can destroy Iran, they can destroy the threat in southern Lebanon, and they can destroy the threat in Yemen, okay? And if they're able to overtake the IRGC, who's to say they won't control the Strait of Hormuz and make money off of it? If they do that, what other threat is there to them in the region?
None.
Where?
None.
Somebody tell me. Syria is Ahmed al-Shara, okay? And he already got sanctions released from the United States. He's aligned with the United States. He went to the White House. He visited Trump. He's locked in with the West, okay? He hasn't signed the Abraham Accords, but his airspace is wide open for Israeli offensive attacks, okay? So, and U.S. interception and Israeli interception in regards to Iranian missiles coming through. So he's not going to stand up to them. Lebanon is done after Hezbollah falls. Jordan is cucked. Okay, King Abdullah does nothing. He's closely allied with the United States and Israel. You got Sisi in Egypt. He doesn't give a shit. Sudan is fractured. They don't even have a real leader right now, for lack of a better term. And they're still fighting a war against the RSF, which is a proxy group funded by the UAE. Libya is cooked. Same thing as Sudan. Fractured group, okay? And the son of the former leader Muammar Gaddafi, was just assassinated. Saif al-Gaddafi. He was just assassinated a couple months ago back in the winter. So the potential leader to follow up his father, who actually liberated Libya and almost brought them to greatness, was assassinated. So that hope is done there. The rest of these countries are irrelevant, okay? Morocco signed the Abraham Accords. They're not even involved in this, okay? They're closely allied with Israel. So no one else, guys, I'm sorry, I'm so congested. But no one else really is there to oppose Israel. Okay, all these Gulf countries are not going to do anything, and they're not military. They're not militarily compliant or capable to even do anything if they wanted to. If all of these Gulf countries join, right? Saudi Arabia, Iraq is technically a Gulf country. This is the Gulf, by the way. Iraq spanning all the way down to Yemen, Oman, UAE, and all these countries across the coast of Persian Gulf. If they all allied with one another and decided to fight Israel, they couldn't win. They're not strong enough. None of them have nukes. Israel has a bunch. Okay, and Israel's very small, guys. This is why they can't face a missile threat. Look at the size. Very, very small country. Size of New Jersey. So, you know, it's a matter of time until Israel gets what they want, man. As long as we effectuate boots on ground, it's going to be a long-winded conflict, but of course we'll probably win in the grand scheme of things, and that means total hegemony for Israel in a pivotal region. And then that means the United States can't come in and tip our finger on the scale. We can't come in and be the mediator. We can't come in and be the big bro and say, hey, chill out, we'll sign this deal, we'll broker this deal, we'll broker this piece, we'll cause this ceasefire here. We lose that ability to be the policeman in the region. And if we lose that ability, then who's to say we'll even have a presence? We have bases all across the Persian Gulf here in these Gulf countries. Once we lose these bases, we lose these deals, these countries invest tons of money into the United States, we'll lose so much power, right? And then now you've got Russia, you've got Asia, you got China. You've got several other countries that rely on this oil from the Gulf countries. The Gulf countries have suffered and not been able to deliver this oil to these critical regions because the United States wants to start a war with Iran. So after this is all said and done with, do you think anybody's going to look over here anymore for help? No, because we're a moral hazard. Because Israel's our moral hazard. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. A little bit of a Middle Eastern explanation.
Yeah, very good. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, guys. As you can see, we're at the end of the stream. Kind of sucks, but I wanted to continue. But that's all the updates that I have, at least for now, when it comes to the war and and what happened pretty much with the ceasefire and shit like that. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. As I said before, don't forget to follow me on Kick. We're trying to reach 800 followers. Not only that, we're trying to get verified on Kick, so don't forget to hit the sub button on Kick, so it can be one step closer to be verified. We do stream at the same time when we do, so don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We're trying to reach 100 subs. We're currently at 83 subscribers, so don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Go check out the additional content I give to you guys on other social media. Enjoy all the content I post for you guys, and follow me everywhere. And again, big thank you to Tori for the affiliation. Thank you. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Peace.